Hi everyone, welcome to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel and welcome to another 5th edition D&D one-shot. Tonight we are playing a 4th level one-shot with all our characters being half-orcs. Strength in the Blood is the name of this one-shot because that is exactly what our player characters will need tonight, the strength of their blood and their heritage to overcome the obstacles that stand before them tonight. Now, we have 3 players here for now. Technically, there are 4. Hopefully, the 4th player will be joining us soon. But for now, his character is not there yet. Now, this adventure, like most of my one-shots, it's set in the realm of Orelon. And as those of you who have watched prior of my videos know, the realm of Orelon is a bit of a troubled place recently. 15 years or so ago, there was a massive plague, and it killed like 20% of the population, and including most of the royal family, except for one very young, basically a baby boy who survived. And this baby boy has grown to become Prince Roland, and he is about to be crowned the new king in very few months. But in the meantime, a lot of nobles do what they want. There's outlaws, there's monsters and such because the kingdom is in turmoil without a strong hand to govern the nobles. A lot of them have started furthering their own ambitions and not really caring what happens to the small folk, so to speak. Slavery and bloodsport are technically both legal in the realm of Orelon. In fact, punishable very harshly, sometimes even by death if caught. But some nobles, especially those very far from the capital of Orhaven, don't really give a shit. The king, well, prince so far really, doesn't have a very strong reach, and a lot of nobles have been fighting each other over land and territory and disregarding kingly orders or even laws. 2 of those nobles who have been fighting recently over the last couple of months are Count Leopold of Silvar and Baron Valdemar of Greenhill. And in Count Leopold's domain, close to the city of Silvar, is where tonight's one-shot starts. Count Leopold is a very ambitious character. He's not particularly morally sound. He uses mercenaries and cutthroats. He funds outlaws to attack his neighbors. And he's every now and then in open rebellion against the crown, basically. It has been, in a way, for the last couple of years. Nonetheless, he still has his county, his seat, his riches, and his mercenaries. And he also has a son, a boy of about 16 or so, named Robert, whose name day is coming up very soon. And as is known in the county of Silvar, Robert loves arena battles, loves blood sports. He loves seeing people kill each other for his fun. He's a spoiled brat, really. For his 16th name day, he has he's asked his father for a massive arena battle. And his father has told him, of course, my boy, you'll have what you desire. And the construction of a new arena, a very haphazard but still fairly sound and quick construction, has started. And then bounty hunters, mercenaries, and even official city guards and such have been asked to look through the land, search through the land of Silvar and find undesirable characters who might be basically enslaved and forced to fight to the death on young Robert's name day. Our player characters are, sadly enough for them, one of those groups who has been captured. Together, they don't know each other, and they have been brought to a dungeon that is very close to the newly constructed arena. As the adventure starts, a cart is arriving at the front of this dungeon, a cart with about 10 people on it. Most of them are humans, maybe a half-elf and a halfling here and there. But there is a group of half-orcs, and that is what our player characters are. They're all half-orcs, and they've all been captured one way or the other. Under the rule of Count Leopold, racist tendencies have been rising within the city of Silvar and the surrounding area, and especially half-orcs and tieflings are on the receiving end. Half-orcs are in the last couple of years, have not been treated much better than beasts or orcs, really. They've been seen as monsters, not even worthy of respect or well, giving them the benefit of the law of the land, so to speak. And this time it's even worse, pretty much. So we have 3 characters, 3 half-orcs in the back of the cart. They are chained, manacled with heavy, heavy iron. And there's about 10 guards scattered around the area with crossbows and spears, wearing chainmail in the red and green colors of the city of Silvar, and keeping a good eye on you guys. And you don't really know what is going to happen to you, although some of you might have heard rumors of this arena battle, this blood sport that the young Robert has desired for his name day, and might have a bit more idea than others. But I'll let you guys figure that out if your character might know something about that, or he might not. Anyway, the first thing you see, as you have been basically blinded by very, very rough chafing sacks that have been pulled over your heads for the last several hours, the first thing you see as these sacks are forcefully removed is the face of a fairly fat, large man in his maybe late 40s or so, bald-headed with a bit of a patchy beard. He's ugly, and he has a very ugly look in his eyes as well. He's strong arm muscle. He has strong arm muscles, but like a double chin and a very large belly. And you can see he is wielding a sort of massive iron spiked cudgel, like a baseball bat, basically, at his side. And he rips the sacks off your head as he's just walking through, pushing himself through the cart and ripping everyone's sacks off their heads, all the captives here. And he looks around and says, "Huh, this is a fine batch. The Lord will be very happy with this. Now, these ones," and he points at you guys, the 3 of you at the back, "these oak bloods, I think they'll make a fine addition to the final battle in a few days. What do you say, Jervina?" And he looks to the side. You can see a little off, about maybe 5-6 yards from the cart, there is a half-elf sitting on a horse. The half-elf is dressed very flamboyantly, like red and orange. He's wearing gloves, and he has several like silver and gold necklaces around his neck. Nonetheless, there's a few like pieces of chain under his arm, under his clothing. You can see here and there. He has long golden hair, and he has both a crossbow and what looks to be a small lute attached to his saddle. And he looks over to you with a very arrogant expression, sort of looking down upon you, and says, "Well, I believe you might be correct, Master Oleg, but I will let you deal with them. I cannot be bothered to dirty my hands with such things. The sooner they're slaughtered, the better." "Well, we won't kill them too early, will we?" And he walks up and he grabs Krusk sort of by the chin, pulls him a bit closer. He's fairly strong despite his fat, and looks at you up close and says, "There's a little bit of fight in them. I like that." Pushes you away and says, "Guards, take the rest to the barracks. Those 3, they go straight down to cells close to the arena. I'll take good care of them myself." Guards come up, and you are grabbed, about 2 guards each of you, lifted up and pushed towards what looks to be a yawning gate and the staircase leading under the ground. And as you are basically lifted off the cart, held fast and chained, moving closer to this gate, I'll give our players the chance to describe their characters. So let me introduce your character to us a little bit. What does he look like? What's he doing at the moment? Is he meekly following along? Is he trying to fight back? What's going on? And we'll start with Brian, who is playing Krusk, our fighter battle master tonight. So go ahead, Brian. Introduce Krust to us a bit.
Krusk is a bald half-orc. He does have a big, scruffy, burly beard that obviously hasn't been groomed in quite a while. He's got a big claw scar over his face, and he does have just like a necklace with like a claw, like a bear claw on it, which was like from his initiation, which is like pretty much all he has. And then just some dirty pants, and that's about it. And he's just kind of slowly going along with it. And he's just kind of like looking around and just trying to find like a weak spot in some of these people escorting them. And he's already, past the point of just like trying to get out of these shackles. So like his wrists are like red and kind of mangled, but like now he's finally calmed down and he's just ready to try to find something, find a weakness.
All right. As you are looking around, Krusk, you do spot, and the rest of you will see that a couple seconds later, another half-orc sitting or standing on the side of the building, looking at you and looking at the scenery. This half-orc is sort of an older man. I mean, he's maybe 50s or so. He's slightly hunched over, and you can see one of his eyes is like a massive, just an empty socket. The eye's gone, his right eye. He's looking with his left eye at you, and he looks like he's had a rough life, let's put it that way. But he also looks really angry. Like you can see his eye there's fire burning inside of it, and he's nearly shaking with suppressed aggression. You're not quite sure why, but he's looking at everything, taking everything in, and he's dressed basically in rags, not much more than that, but he's unchained and also unarmed. And then he turns after looking at you for a couple of seconds, abruptly away, and moves away and disappears through a door. And as he's walking away, you do notice that one of his feet is sort of dragging behind. He's walking with quite a significant limp. And as this half-orc closes the gate, you are also being pushed along to this entryway that leads downstairs. And we'll be moving over to David, who is playing Mukva tonight, our Druid of the Moon. Go ahead and describe him to us a bit.
As the older half-orc with the one eye missing has fervor and fire in his eyes, Mukva at this time almost has the opposite. It's a look of defeat and almost self-pity. Whereas some of the other prisoners have obviously been trying to loosen binds, their shackles, Mukva hasn't fought. Mukva has traveled a lot. Calluses on the bottom of the feet. The skin has been darkened from the sun. The skin being a yellowish brownish in hues, unnatural to humans, but not quite orc either. It is that half orc, just like, some people have even called it vomit. It's not exactly pleasing to some, but Mukva finds it comforting being in his own skin. But as he's shackled, he's been head down, heavy in self-contemplation. And as he's being pushed around, he goes with the flow. He seems to also be in a daze, like coming out of a sleep, perhaps from being poisoned and captured, has just led Mukva to this defeatist attitude. As he walks, most people would say actually fairly weak for an orc, but looks to be about the same size as most humans. And as he walks, though, even though he might be defeatist, a little bit of his ways and habits kind of just come to life. And Mukva darts eyes from side to side, just trying to get an idea of the layout of the surroundings. And so even though he is a bit defeated, he still thinks that there is a way out. But not just a way out of this physical place, but maybe a way out for his emotional turmoil that is going through him right now at this time.
And as you look around, you do catch the eye of this arrogant-looking half-elf, and he says, "Wait," and hops off the horse, and he comes closer, and you can see he's carrying like a leather satchel over one shoulder, and the guards stop and they turn, and one of them says, Master Gervina, what is it? And he says, wait 1 moment. I believe there might be a slight issue that we need to take care of first before these savages are brought down, so that the sun does not longer has to gaze upon their ugly faces. These two, and he points at Makva, and he points at Karagor. These two have some affinity to the arcane powers. Can't have them using their foul magics to make their escape. And he takes something out of his pocket that looks like a mirror, basically, like a small, or like a shard of crystal, really, a multifaceted shard of crystal that he puts over one eye, and you can see his eye grotesquely largened under, like behind the crystal, basically. And there's like a reddish yellow, green, blue, like multiple spectrums of colors dancing within the crystal as a ray of light hits it. And he takes good looks at all three of you, and then he puts it away and nods and says, I was correct. These two, they need to be collared. Hold them tight. He opens the satchel aside, and he takes out these iron collars. And with each collar, there is a green stone embedded, like worked into the metal, into the iron. And the guards grab you and basically force you down onto your knees, one of them holding the tip of a sword to your necks as you are kneeling in front of this half-elf. He gives you a smile, and then first, Makva fastens this thick iron chain, really, around your neck. And as he does that, you feel a cold shiver, and the green crystal blinks for a few seconds, and there's like a cold sensation running through your body, and your breath is pressed out of your lungs. And for like 2-3 seconds, you feel a bit dizzy and weakened, but the sensation passes. And he does the same with Karagor. And you also have the same sensation, Karagor. For you, it is even stronger, in fact, in some ways. It's like a cold hand gripping your heart for a brief moment. But for you, it also passes. And then the half-elf steps back and says, now you can take them to the cells. Oleg, the fat jailer or whatever he is, walks over and says, oh, thank you. There could have been some troubles. We'd have to cut off their fingers or tongues or whatever you do to stop people from using magic, right? And there wouldn't be much of a spectacle in them anymore if we'd done that. The half-elf raises an eyebrow and says, well, it would have been a different type of spectacle, one that some, me including, might prefer. But now they should be like kittens in your hand, Oleg. Don't mess it up. The young lord wants entertainment. Of course, I don't need to be told that. I know that much better than you, elf. I've been working for the Lord for quite a while now, haven't I? The elf walks back to his horse. Oleg turns to you and runs a finger over his bald head. Says, well now, off we go. And basically the soldiers push you down the stairs, forcing you down. And as they are going down, Karagor, the third of our characters, what are you doing? And give us
Hello. Well, Karagor stands about 5'5" feet, 5'5" tall, and that's unusually short for a halforc. He has a light green skin. Apparently, he's more of his orcish heritage is showing than his human, and he has quite an athletic figure. You feel, when you see him, inexplicably drawn to his brown eyes and a shadowy aura that has just disappeared around him once the collar was struck around his neck, despite the fact that he has only a rag black robes. At the moment, he's not moving. He doesn't look like he's been fighting, but he's observing every detail of the area, memorizing everything he can in case he needs it later.
Mm-hmm. As you are led down the stairs, Karagar, you turn and look, and you catch one last glimpse of something you have missed before. It looks like on the opposite side of the courtyard where your cart is standing, there's some sort of dog kennels, maybe, or something like that. Basically like a large cage, and you can see dog or maybe wolf-like shapes moving in around it. You only catch a glimpse, and then you're pushed down the stairs, and you move down 2 floors of stone steps underground. And then you are in a room with a small desk and a few chairs, and there's a bunch of keys hanging off the walls. And from that room, there is a corridor, and you can see cells, like strong, sturdy wooden doors with small windows with like bars on them on both sides. And you smell old piss, sweat, mold, and blood. It's not the most pleasant of smells that rises into your orcish noses. The guards force you down the corridor, and Oleg, the jailer, takes one key off the wall, opens the one of the doors, and says, "I believe this one will be your new home. Come on." And the guards push you in, and you can see it's a very, very simple cell, maybe about 5 yards by 3 yards or so, made of sturdy stone blocks. And there are several chains fastened to the walls. And there's basically a small wooden bucket on one side that's already been used. You smell excrement coming from there. And there's basically a little bit of straw. A couple of rats skitter away into tiny holes on the side as you enter the room, and the one of the guards sort of pushes the lantern inside. Oleg has you chained to the walls. Basically, your hands are chained like this, and you are forced to sit on the ground with your hands raised. They're not perfectly, some like one of you might have something like that, the other one a bit further apart, a bit closer together. They're by no means perfect, and the iron is rusty, but still strong enough as the cold manacles clasp around your hands, and they take off basically the ones that you have been shackled in so far. And then the guards make their way out, leaving you behind with the jailer, the Oleg. He see one last look, and he says, "What do you think? Should I leave the lantern, or you prefer the dark?"
I prefer the dark.
So do I.
Then I suppose I should leave the lantern. And he hangs it just outside, basically, outside the window, just out of arm's reach on a hook on the wall outside the door, but still enough so that the lantern shines in through the small window, basically. He steps out, and the door closes, and you can see his face appearing one last time at the little window, and he says, "Well, we'll have a lot of fun together. Just you wait. I'll come by and see you soon, my pretties." And he turns, and you hear his footsteps moving down the corridor and the footsteps of the guards. And you find yourself alone, just the 3 of you.
Now, was it the main jailer that had the keys that locked their cells, or was it another of the guards?
The cell door was opened with a key that was hanging outside in the room, like down the corridor. There was about maybe 7 or 8 rings of keys on like small hooks on the side. You assume there must be some sort of guard usually stationed there when there's prisoners. You're not sure if you're the only prisoners or not. Obviously, you haven't looked into any of the other cells. There's about maybe a dozen or so cell doors that you have seen in this corridor. It's fairly quiet. The only thing you can hear is like water dripping off somewhere. Not in your room, though. Somewhere outside in a corridor or something.
So, what did you two do to end up here?
Me? Simple. I killed the wrong man. What did you do?
I walked into a town after finally completed military service, and I was just attacked by people who I thought were guards, and well, apparently they weren't real guards.
And I decided to target the wrong caravan. We thought they were merchants, and they turned out to be actual trained warriors that wanted to enslave us. Me and one other
So you're
person made it out.
abandoned?
Oh, was it?
So you're abandoned?
Indeed. For my Bloodhammer tribe, which I have a lot of love for.
Well, I don't have much love for bandits. It's easy to steal and thieve. It's not so easy to be living in balance with the land and the people. It's easy to take. It's so weak.
You may thank me when we get out of this.
I understand you. I had to steal for a living for a while as well, so I understand how you feel. But honest business is always better.
And it's at this time I am just kind of testing the collar. I know it says they thought it stopped magic, but I don't really know this. So do I still have my fingers kind of loose?
Your fingers are loose.
A little bit free.
You can move your fingers. Yeah, they're not chained. They're just your like arms, basically. Your the wrists, basically, are chained to the wall. You can move even your hands a little bit, only maybe about 10, 15 inches or so. Not much, but a little bit. It's an
out of almost right. Out of like almost a little bit of frustration and anger and spite, I try to produce a flame in my hand that I've done hundreds and hundreds of times.
That's a cantrip, right?
It is a cantrip with only verbal and somatic components.
Yeah, all right. You focus for a moment and you feel the collar on your neck going ice cold and nothing happens. That's the only reaction. There's no flame.
And I'm like, I guess the half-elf didn't lie after all.
At that same time, Carragher would basically try the same thing, whispering some words that, well, you two who hear it, you think that if you actually heard the words, you would go mad, but I suppose nothing happens as well.
Nothing happens, no, except for your collar going cold as well.
I'm like,
And you just have to get out of here.
does anybody really know what time it is?
What
time of the day?
Sun,
I didn't quite.
Briefly in the courtyard. It is maybe 5-ish in the afternoon, so maybe about 2 hours. The sun was already starting to slowly set, so you have maybe about 2 hours of daylight left or so.
If we kick around the hay a little bit, do we see anything hidden under that we might be able to use as like a shiv?
There's not enough hay really to use as like to hide much. There's really not like, it's not like a pile. It's just like a few bits and pieces of hay scattered around the room, basically. But yeah, give me a perception check as you're sort of shifting with your feet a bit and seeing if you can find anything.
That looks like an 18.
All right. Yeah. So looking around, you do find a few small bits and pieces of bone, maybe remains of some prior creature, like maybe a rat or some other small creature that died in here, or maybe some food that was eaten by people who were in the cell before. You're not sure, but there's a few tiny bones. Nothing strong enough you can use as a weapon, but they might be able to put to other types of use. Not sure.
But we definitely did see rats earlier, correct?
We did,
in this place. Did we see any other animal or vermin of any type?
In the dungeon, you mean?
Yes.
There's a few spider webs that you saw, so there's probably a couple of like small spiders around as well. That's pretty much it.
I'm going to bide my time, rest up a little bit.
All right.
till the night comes. Then I'm gonna try something.
All right.
Does anyone know what are these fights in a few days that the half elf was talking about?
Are you guys, by the way, are you speaking in common or in Orcish when you're communicating with each other?
I'm speaking in Orcish. I'm used to it.
Okay, just wondering.
I would speak in Orcish as well.
All right.
Same here. I'd say, Krusk would say, it doesn't really matter what the fight is, as long as I can kill as many of them as I can before I go.
Well, that's
I'm
a lot.
so glad that we don't need more blood, and that's already on our hands. What we need to do is get out of here and show the world that these games are barbaric.
I mean, slavery is illegal. If we could get out and report it to the authorities, I'm fairly certain that this place will be shut down.
Shut down? I'll just make sure it's burnt down.
That's my preference as well, yeah.
But
I mean, Carragher is also gonna rest it up. I mean, there's not much he can do here. So.
Okay. An hour passes. Another hour. There's a weird smell that eventually you notice, like a musky animal smell. It seems to be drifting, coming from down the corridor. It's a weird smell. It's like there's some sort of animal down here, large animal.
can we tell what animal? Like horses are fairly distinct, or
No,
like
you say you'd say some sort of predator, probably. It has this musky smell of a predator.
with my knowledge of nature, perhaps give me some insight as to what this creature is.
Sure. Give me a nature check. Why not?
A whopping 4.
You have no clue.
My rolls have been so good.
I mean, I understand the dungeon and everything. Come on, do they have to put us with animals?
We aren't just animals. You do know this. We're just more intelligent.
Well, yeah.
That is it.
However, they view us the same.
And they do view us the same. You know what? Obviously they do. But what does that matter? It doesn't matter. But what does matter is trying to get out of here. You said you might have a chance. You know of a way. You're resourceful. How do you plan on doing that? Proving that you're resourceful, that is.
Well, these small bones, we could theoretically make them into a makeshift lock, but I don't know how to pick locks, so that falls into the water. If any of you do, that would be great. And otherwise, well, most of what I can do is dampened by this color.
As you're talking, you can hear, every now and then you can hear like mumbling voices coming from up the corridor, probably some sort of guards or something. It sounds like human voices. They're too far and too quiet for you to make out any words. But now there is a second sound, shuffling footsteps that are slowly coming towards you, you'd say. They're coming from further up the corridor.
I'm acting like I'm asleep.
Okay.
And then on top of that, I'm trying to listen for the footsteps to see if it's like fast-paced or slow.
No,
like
they're fairly slow.
this person is walking.
It's a weird style of walking. It's like step, shuffle, step, shuffle, step.
Kind of like a possible one-eyed orc that we saw earlier. Something very akin to.
Someone who has like a injured leg or something. Yeah, that's you figure that might be true. And then you hear a scraping, a metallic sound as a key is turned in the lock, and the door slowly opens. And you can see outside stands one of the guards who looks kind of bored, pushes the door open a bit, holding one key in his hand, putting it away in his pocket. Looks inside. Those of you who are not pretending to be asleep see that anyway. and then moves out of the way, and you see this old half-orc enter, and he's carrying a tray with like 3 wooden small bowls, basically, with some sort of broth or something, judging by the smell in them, and a single spoon, large wooden spoon. And he sits down, and he seems to be in pain as he's sitting down in front of you onto the ground, and puts the tray in between him and you, and the door closes behind him. He looks at you.
I wake up slowly again.
My name is Zarag, he says in Orcish. People here call me One Eye. Humans and others.
They're not very good with names, are they? They call me One Tooth.
Yes, not surprising.
Right.
Feed you. Eat as much as you can. You'll need your strength for the next couple of days. He starts basically putting the wooden spoon into the bowls and basically holding it out to you, the 3 of you, like feeding you. It's sort of some sort of rice broth, not particularly nice, but it's not terrible. You've probably had worse.
I don't fight it.
Then I'm gonna ask. So you hate these humans, probably more than us. Do you know of any way to get out of here?
Listen, boy. You see this? And he pointed his leg. You see this? That's what they've done to me. Last time I tried to run. A few years ago. I can't run anymore.
Well, you didn't have to run. You could just help us get away.
I could.
Why
I
would
started
you?
to think they're watching. There's a lot of them out there. They're hounds, bloodhounds. They sniff you out no matter where you go. And the closest place where you could find sanctuary, that's over the border in Greenhill, which is a good 5-6 hours from here on foot. Even if you
How about if there's a more difficult task than just getting out of here? It's getting these collars off. What do you know of the half-elf?
He looks down at his ground. Jervina. He's a magic user of some sort. He's been working for Count Leopold for a while now. He's an asshole. And he despises our kind more than anything else. But he doesn't come down here. Fat Oleg's the one you need to be worried about. But listen, I don't have much time. Can't draw too much suspicion. Tomorrow, I'll come back with Oleg. I'll be translating for you. It's best if you pretend that you don't speak the human language. They might be a bit more loose-lipped around you if they don't think you understand them.
Understand.
I
Now,
understand.
you will be forced to fight tomorrow with other captives. They want to make sure that you can fight. But you will have to survive at least one bout in the arena if you want to have a chance to escape. But I need to go. I'll rest. Try to save your strength. You'll need it. And he pushes himself up. His legs clearly being broken in multiple places and not healed very well. And it hurts. It seems to hurt with every move, basically. And he grabs the plate and like everything that he brought in. He turns his in common, says, "We're finished in here. They've eaten everything."
I say in Orcish, I'm like, find out where Jervine is and any other details on him. I can get you free. You won't even have to walk.
He doesn't come in. Quiet, slave.
Then I say in Orcish, almost for a performance, and I just spout out like, "May you have a good day," and I do this like in an angry, like kind of saying, I'm like, "I'll see you later."
He nods. The guard opens the door, and he disappears outside. And the guard gives you a quick glance, looks around, and closes the door again. And they both walk down the corridor, and you can hear their footsteps receding in the distance.
I suggest that tomorrow in arena, we do not kill each other. I think that would be our best starting move.
Well, I'll do what it takes to survive.
So will I.
But I will try not to kill anybody if possible.
Likewise. I mean,
not even who we're going against.
I will kill who and anything that threatens me. But if you help me get out of here, then I will definitely protect you as well.
I agree.
And I believe this old half-orc may be our key out of here.
He looks like he needs a bit more convincing, but I believe it can be done. I'm good at those things.
Now, just like, remember, that old half-orc might be one key, but we probably need many keys to get out of here.
Well,
keep an eye off the general layout of the place, any possible mounts to steal, to take. Look at everyone. See where the nobles are coming from and where the commoners are coming from.
Well, the
Find
way I see
every opportunity.
The way I see it, we have two options. We can either kill the hounds that could track us and run away, or we could kill the hosts. That way they will be too busy with other things than to just see which of the prisoners got away. This, of course, requires secrecy. We must wait and see what is our best option first.
And we also must find a way to unbind ourselves after the fight.
Yes.
Either way, I'm going to sleep now.
So am I.
Very well.
All right. You settle down for the night. It's very uncomfortable. This is no proper rest. After a few hours, your arms start hurting and cramping as they are forced in a position like this all the time. The blood circulation is not the best. You do sleep, but it's a sleep that is broken many, many times during the night. You look up and then sort of settle back down. It's not a position to sleep in very well. And you do realize if you spend too much time here, you'll probably be too weak to escape. Your arms will cramp up and be useless. Maybe a couple of days, much longer. It's going to be tough. But the night passes without incident. It is quite quiet down here. Although every now and then, further down the corridor, you do seem to hear voices as well, growling, deep voices speaking in a language that you don't quite understand. Not humans by any means. Probably some other captives or something.
Even if I don't understand it, would I know if it's like from an elf or from an actual orc or anything like that?
No, it does not. It's not orcish. It sounds groveling and deep. Like, it's hard to say. It's definitely not none of you has probably that much experience with.
I do have giant druidic orc in common.
All right. It is neither of these languages, but you can't really say what it is. It sounds primitive, guttural. It kind of sounds like orcish in a way, but it's not orcish, and it's not giant either.
Is there more than just one voice, or is there?
Yeah, you'd say there's about
6.
It's hard to say exactly. Like over the course of the night, you think you hear about maybe 2 or 3 voices. It's hard to say.
Are these voices moving at all, like back or forth, or are they like pretty
No,
much
they're not.
stationary?
They don't seem to be moving at all. They seem to be coming from further down the corridor, sort of towards the end of the corridor where you haven't been.
Now, is this
perhaps?
the opposite side of the keys that we saw?
So if you exit to the right, there's a corridor that leads into the room with the guard post and the keys, and then there's like the stairs leading up into the inner courtyard. And the other side, if you go left, the corridor ends after about maybe 40-ish feet or so, where there's just a wall, and there's a couple more doors basically in between here and there, from what you could see. All right. You wake up in the morning, sore, cramping, thirsty. But you can't move. There's no sunlight here. There's no wind. There's no rain. You don't know what time it is outside, but you think it must be around morning. Maybe just before sunrise or just after. It's hard to say.
Did the lantern burn out?
The lantern did burn out, but it was refilled by one of the guards sometime during the night. It lasts for about maybe a couple hours, but seems to be regularly refilled.
All right.
All right. A few more hours pass, and then you hear once again footsteps, this time more than one pair, coming down the hallway, and you see Oleg, the jailer, his face appearing in the little window, gazing in and says, "Oh, my pretties, how are you today on this beautiful morning? You doing all right? Come on, open the door. I want to take a better look close up." Of course, Master Oleg, one of the guards opens the door. Oleg comes in, 2 more guards with crossbows, sort of leisurely trailed in your direction, and also One Eye, or Zarag, whatever you want to call him, shuffling in at last. Well, you're still alive. The rats haven't eaten you. That's a good thing. Now, he looks around. How you feeling, huh? Your arms hurt a bit? Your legs hurt a bit? You a bit hungry, a bit thirsty? Would you like some water?
I act like I don't understand. Like I'm trying to turn my head a little bit and be like, huh? What? And I'm like shrugging my shoulders even though they're chained. Like, I don't understand.
And I'll speak some Orcish as well.
Okay. Didn't it? He looks around. Seems a bit confused and says, sort of to himself, "One of you at least spoke last night. Which one was it? All of you scum look the same to me. Hey, anyone speak common here? You savages? Which one of you speaks common, huh? He'll get some water for me from me."
I broken common speak.
There you go. You can do it. He walks up to you and bam, bitch slaps you across the face. "Next time I told you to do something, you do it immediately. Am I understood, slave?"
Yes.
Yes, what?
Understood.
These orcs are stupid as fuck. One of the guards sort of shrugs and says, "What do you expect? They're beasts." I suppose. Should be surprised. They look strong, that's something. Hopefully they survived tonight. Now, One Eye, come here. And he grabs One Eye by one ear and pulls him closer. One Eye sort of shuffles, and he pushes him down onto the ground like a dog, sort of holding him by the back of the head. "Now, you tell those your friends here, not my friends. Yeah, you know what I mean. Don't be angry, old fella. Now you tell them they'll be fighting just before the sun goes down. You tell them they'll be fed. You tell them you'll get some water if they behave. And ask them what kind of weapons they want for the fight. I might even give them those weapons. Yes, master. And he switches to Orcish and says, well, you've heard it. You'll be fighting other captives, some other things. I'm not sure what they are. I haven't seen them. But the guards say they're beast-like in nature. I'll bring you some food. What weapons do you want?
Spear.
Right, that works. Rest of you?
I would just like my collar removed. Nothing else is needed. Otherwise, rapier.
Right, we can do rapier for sure. They have a bunch of weapons. Points towards the ceiling.
Do you have a battle axe?
Sure. Classic choice, huh? I suppose they do expect our kind to use that sort of weapon. Don't want to disappoint them. If you entertain them, you'll get a decent meal tonight. That's all I can promise you. Now, what did they say? This one wants a spear. This one says he wants a rapier, and this one a battle axe. A rapier? What kind of weapon is that for an orc? I see some sort of fag or something. One just shrugs. Oh, well, suppose that can be arranged. He also wants his collar off. His collar off? I suppose Servina will be there to keep an eye on things. Tell him, though, actually, you understand me, right? And he moves over the tower above Carragher again.
A bit. And rapier. More
Listen up, scum.
embarrassing.
You have some magic stuff, right?
Yes.
If you use that magic on anyone except for the ones that are in the arena with you, your enemies, we're gonna stick you full of crossbow bolts. And if you survive that, I'm gonna skin you alive and throw you to the dogs personally.
Understood.
Good. Very good. Well then, let's prepare all that. I'm looking forward to the entertainment tonight. And he turns and walks out. I'll bring you some water, One Eye says in Orcish. And some food in a few hours. And he stands up. It takes forever. One of the guards says,
I say in Orcish, I'm like, just like kind of almost underneath my breath, and I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, he's sort of getting up. He just gives you a nod. And one of the guards grabs him by the shoulder and lifts him up. Come on, old timer. Move out a bit faster. We don't have all day. He mumbles something under his breath as they all leave and the door closes once more. A few hours pass. You assume the sun must be high in the sky now, as Zarak, One Eye, has promised to come back, but he hasn't come back so far.
Do you think Zarak is going to be fighting as well, or do you think he's too much of a pet anymore?
I think he is a pet to them.
People tend to get
They
attached
seem like
to
they want to
pets.
lose a good servant.
Sorry?
Seem like they want to lose a good servant.
I agree. But I plan to be no pet. But if they're gonna be stupid enough to allow me to have this collar off, I have a chance to go, to leave. But I don't know, it'd be too soon. There's too much to do here. Too much filth to rid. I don't know. When I got captured, I was so distraught and angry with myself. But after seeing this place, I feel alive again. Feels good to be alive.
Like a true orc. No reason to have that weak human side overburdening you.
Don't confuse humans and weakness together. That's a bit of arrogance if I've heard that. Remember, they are the ones that put us in chains to toy with us, to make us entertainment. That's not weakness.
Well,
but
I
we
could
definitely
bet.
use arrogance against them.
Well, these fools one-on-one would not survive against me. They just have these chains to protect themselves, because indeed they are weak. They have numbers, but one-on-one, they've got nothing.
I kind of nod my head looking at you, Mike, as that might be the case, but they do have numbers. So when we survive the upcoming battle, of course, we all will. Look for exits. Look for any other information we need. If you see where the dogs are being taken, coming into the...
Actually, I might help with that.
How so?
When we were coming in, I saw just a glimpse. It seemed like a pen or a small cave where I saw dogs that, well, they reminded me of wolves a bit, actually. And I think that's where they were being held near the entrance through which we came.
Dire wolves? Or wolves? Or dogs?
Dogs that remind of wolves. That's the best description I can give you.
Either way, any more information we get, the better. Plus, they were dumb enough to leave us a lamp. Lamps tend to accidentally tip over and set fires. Once again, keep reminding them that we love the dark. If the fool is going to be arrogant enough to think that whatever we say, he's going to give us the opposite as torture, just tell him the opposite.
Slowly but surely, thirst is becoming a problem for you, as most of you haven't had any water for 24 hours or so, maybe more. Your throats are dry. There's no spit left. The broth, there was a bit of water in there, I suppose, so that helped, but still. And hearing water dripping from somewhere not too far away, but outside of your cell, doesn't make anything better. Everything becomes just focused on that noise, that sound of bloop, 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 water dripping down the rock or the wall or whatever it is dripping down off. Eventually, finally, you hear shuffling footsteps once more, and the guard once more unlocks the door, and Zarad, one eye once more sort of slightly bent over, comes in with another portion of broth, and this time he also has what looks to be a water skin on there, a fairly well-filled one.
Like, just in time.
Once again, the door closes behind him. He nods, and he sort of gives you water first, pushing the water skin between your lips and sort of pressing behind it. It's cold, clean, wonderful water running down your throat as you drink as much as you can, basically. And then he also starts feeding you the broth. And while he's By the way, do you all eat, or is someone refusing food?
I'm eating.
Okay.
Same here.
All right. While he's feeding you, he's sort of quietly talking. He says, "Listen, in a few hours, you'll be led out into the arena. Your best bet is to fight as much as you can. If you survive, if you win, you'll have 2 days. There's knights coming. They'll be the ones fighting you in the arena on the young lord's name day. You won't be able to win against the knights. They'll slaughter you. That's what the humans want to see. If you want to escape, you need to be gone before the knights arrive. But, well, first you need to fight and survive."
Another thing. Get this collar off, and I can get you out of here as well.
Me?
You say they have dogs. I can run faster than any dog.
You can get me out? How? What? I can't.
How?
I can hardly walk.
Look at me. This is just one of many forms I have. One of the forms I like to take is when I feel the sun on me, is that of a horse. Truly magnificent animals. And fast and strong. I am that. I can be a horse. Fast and strong for you and me.
I don't know how to ride.
If you can get this collar off. You don't need to know how to ride. You hold on. That's all you need to do, is hold on.
You can take me with you.
If you can get this collar off.
Right. Jarvina has the keys for the collars. I'd have to steal them from his room. It's not gonna be easy, but I'm their fucking pet. They don't pay much attention to me. Especially the lords. It's like I'm invisible most of the time.
You can use their arrogance as an asset. Your strength.
They'll come after us as soon as they discover us gone. We need to make it to the green water. It's a river to west. If we manage to make it across, we'll be in Greenhill, the barony. The ruler there, he's an enemy of Count Leopold. He couldn't be able to touch us there.
They do say, what is it? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
This Baron, I believe he's a better man than Leopold. Oh, that's not difficult, but sure. I've heard that the one of his officers, captains, whatever they call them in the human army, he's a dragonborn. So he's not like Leopold, who only trusts humans and the occasional half-elf.
Well, I think we can get you there. It's not my home, but if that's where you need to go, I will get you there. As long as you can find the key to this collar. Or at least maybe some of us here can help you in that endeavor.
I won't be able to get you the key from the collar and the key to these manacles. And the key to the door. I can maybe get you one of those three, but not all three.
If I can just get this collar off, the keys to this door.
All right. So that's the most important thing then? The collars?
That it is for me. Do you have any thoughts?
I agree.
All right. Survive tonight, and you'll earn a feast, or some meat at least. We can talk more then. They'll come to get you in a few hours. He stands up, nods. shuffles out once more. The guard locking the door again.
And once again, trying to get an idea of how many paces away the guards are from our door. So I'm like actually counting their steps as they walk away.
That's a good idea. It is stone floor, so their steps are quite loud. You'd say maybe about 50, 60 feet is where the room is, like where the corridor ends.
Okay.
Yeah. The corridor is about 100 feet long, basically. And you're about 60 feet in, and there's another 40 feet until to the end of the corridor.
It's about 50, 60 feet to the end of the corridor. Unfortunately, as a rat, it will take me a little bit longer. But I can get us that key. Let's see how diligent they are in the middle of the night.
If I get out of these shackles, I'll definitely snap some necks.
Italy, I hope.
Of course.
All right. So you wait for maybe 2-3 hours. You feel a little better, but your arms are still very crampy. And you are aware that you'll have to fight soon. So your arms being crampy is probably not the best way to prepare for a fight. Nonetheless, that's what you have to deal with, I'm afraid. As you wait and wait some more and wait some more, and eventually a couple of guards pass by, and you hear them talking loud and says, "Wonder what group of beasts will win tonight. Doesn't really matter. The knights will slaughter them easily enough." True, but still. What do you think? I'll set 2 gold on the halforcs. All right, I'll take it. You can see 2 guard faces peering in for a moment. One of them
I spit in the direction.
Ha! The spit sort of hits the door. They both look at each other. Ha! Feisty. A larger blonde fella says, "Listen up. I have some gold set on you, so try not to die." And they walk off. Another hour or so passes, and then finally you can hear many footsteps, guards coming to get you. The door opens, and there's about 6 or so guards coming in, and they unlock your arms and push you up. You can barely move your arms at the moment. It's like, for the first time in, well, about over 24 hours, your arms are no longer above your shoulders, basically. So the blood circulation is coming back, and it hurts a lot. It's like this sensation when a foot's fallen asleep or a hand's fallen asleep, but like 10 times as strong. And the guards are pushing you up, pulling you up, and taking you out into the corridor, down, past the room with the keys and the little desk with the 2 chairs, and then up and up again, and into the courtyard. And you can see they are taking you into a tunnel that seems to be leading through the building where you came in. That's sort of from the opposite side from the main gate of the dungeon. And there's another one off to the left, a tunnel. And you can hear already, as you're walking through that tunnel, the guards clutching you tight, about 2 of them on each of you. You can hear the sound of a large group of people talking in excited voices, humans. It sounds like many, many dozens, maybe even hundreds, just like a whole sea of voices. And it's getting louder and louder as you approach. And you can see this tunnel leads to a large, vaguely circular building made of wood that looks brand new. And you can see there's seats on all sides. It's like an amphitheater, basically. And oh, there's our 4th player. Anyway, we'll have his character leap in very soon. Just in time for the first battle, Chaos, by the way. Can you hear us?
That's
Okay.
good to hear. And sorry I'm late.
That's all right. Sometimes these things happen. So you are led into the arena. You can see it's like an old amphitheater, but made of wood, and it's a bit shoddy of a construction. Nonetheless, there is one balcony that is draped in green and red, like banners with the symbols of the city of Silvar. And there's about 300 or 400 people, peasants, like maybe different types of merchants and such, all manners of humans, really. A few halflings, maybe a few half-elves here and there, but no other half-orcs or tieflings or any of the more exotic races. They're just sitting and standing all around, staring down on you. The arena itself is maybe about 60 foot wide, circular, so a 60-foot diameter circle, and there's a wall surrounding it on all sides that's about 10 feet high, and that's like all the people are sitting. It's just a wooden wall, and you can see there's two entrances, one that you are being pushed through, and there is another one which are just like iron, like portcullises, basically, closing off both entrances. You are on the interior side of the portcullis, so for now you have not been pushed out into the sand pit yet. The guards are just like pushing you against the portcullis, and then take a few steps back. And you can see there in the sand lie the weapons that you have been, you asked for: a spear, a battle axe, a rapier. And one of the guards says, "Now let's get the newcomer as well." And the two of the guards walk off. And while you are sort of waiting and looking, you can hear the people shouting. It's like the roar of some sort of bloodthirsty beast, like one voice with many, many small facets in it. It's a disgusting sound. And you see Oleg coming, the jailer, down the corridor, coming out from one of the side doors into the corridor. He walks up to you, and you can see behind him two guards dragging another half-orc. He's mostly naked, just like a loincloth, as are you, basically. And he is pushed towards you. And that is, of course, Chaos's character. So, Chaos, you have been captured recently. You were on a wagon for a while, chained and with a bag over your head. And you have heard the sounds of many, many voices. And one of the guards that were with you was basically told you something like, just in time for the arena. You'll join your kin soon enough. And then you were pushed into a corridor of like an amphitheater type building made of wood that looked fairly new. And your chains are finally taken off. And you see a group of 3 other half-orcs standing there, surrounded by guards, and a fat, sort of muscular, but also fat, bald guy with a large cudgel at his hip, who seems to be some sort of leader around here. The guards are looking at him deferently, basically. And he looks at you as you are being dragged basically to him, and he says, "Oh, a new one. You speak my tongue, beast."
This squat but very muscular half-orc curls back his lips and bares his fangs and he tries to speak, but he sees his voice is almost incomprehensible, and you can see that his tongue has been slit in the middle, and it's in 2 parts, a bit like a snake's tongue. His ears are crenellated. There's bits cut out of them in some sort of pattern, and there are religious symbols carved onto all his teeth. And he with his toes he draws in the sand that they're in. "I can write."
He looks down
with his toes.
"This one writes with his feet." The guards also start laughing all around him. "All right, so you understand me, and that's the main thing. My name is Oleg. I'm the head of the arena here, and also the head of the dungeon where you'll be going back if you survive this fight. These three are your new mates. We've already become acquainted. And he sort of walks over to you guys, and he walks up to Makwa and sort of pats him on the side of the cheek.
I just stare straight at him without moving.
They're
I give him a crooked smile.
yes,
One,
a
two,
good
three.
point. If you fight and survive and win and entertain the crowd, you'll get some food, you'll get some water. Or you can let yourself be slaughtered. It's all the same to me, newcomer. You understand that? Just nodding is enough.
I don't.
You
I
nod.
look at him, and I look at the guy, this newcomer, nodding, and I just look at him, and I just shake my head at the same way.
All right. Now, you newcomer, what kind of weapon do you want?
He starts drawing in the sand with his toes, but it doesn't seem to be coming out. It's not very clear what he's wanting, and he sort of draws paper, writes the word paper.
What the fuck?
But no, he scribbles that out and
We don't have
points-
time. Just give him a
points
fucking...
out the battle axe. Points out the battle axe. No, writes war pick.
We don't have that. You'll get a long sword.
Puh.
And you see, he says, "Hey!" shouting through the sort of the portcullis. We need a longsword in the arena. A longsword sails down from somewhere up above and lands in the sand next to the spear, the rapier, and the battle axe. All right then. Now go in there and make me proud, my lovelies. And he moves away. And you see him like up, taking some sort of staircase up that seems to be leading to the viewing platforms, so to speak. And the portcullis is slowly lifted up, and the guards push you out into the sand of the arena. And the portcullis hits the ground behind.
Were our colors removed in the end?
Nope.
Yeah.
Now, you are standing there, and you can see a sea of faces staring down. Some are like, "Ah!" shouting, others are booing, some are spitting on you, a few are like throwing pebbles and stuff down at you. You can see in this sort of large balcony, this VIP area, there is maybe a young boy, fairly skinny, freckled face with shortish red hair, dressed very, very finely in some sort of silk with a large cape. And next to him stands a massive armored figure, a large man with a brown beard, wide-shouldered and about maybe 6.5 foot high or so. And there's also the elf, or the half-elf, Jervina, that you have seen before. He's just standing there, one hand sort of on his chin, one eyebrow raised, and looks at you like you're bugs, basically. And down there. And then Oleg also appears and stands, and he bows to the young nobleman, what you assume must be Robert, the son of the count, and exchanges a few words with Jervina. And then he turns and he raises his hands. Please, friends, countrymen, quiet. It takes a minute or two, but eventually the sound dies down. The weapons, by the way, are still lying in front of you in the sand.
I pick
Now,
mine up.
welcome to Count Leopold's attraction. This is only the first of 3 battles that will be happening over the next couple of days. Count Leopold, in his clemency and his wisdom, has declared that we shall see a battle to the death tonight. And the people are like, ah! Cheering and shouting and screaming. You see men, women, children of all kinds. Some of them kind of look like they rather wouldn't be here, but the rest of them is just like one roaring animal that wants to see you bleed. It takes again a minute or so for the crowd to quiet down, and then Oleg goes, "Young Lord Robert here is the master of tonight's games, as all the games are held in the honor of his 16th name day. As you can see, we have a group of savages of orc things prepared for you tonight for court."
And I kind of look at him and I'm just like, really? You gotta play up to the orcs. They're the animals, not us.
And under my voice, you hear me say, "I'm playing to the crowd. We've got to outsmart them to get out of this."
The crowd is like, ah, seems super happy with this display of orcish ferocity.
I'm like, fine, if they want barbarians, I'll give them one. I pick up my spear and I just start urinating on the side of the wall.
Okay, yeah, sure, you can do that. There's maybe about a dozen or so guards that sort of you can see are aiming their crossbows at you, just like positioned around the arena at the top, just like tensing briefly as you pick up the spear, but then they relax a bit. Oleg says, "Oh, well, you can see they are savages, nothing more than animals. And the ones that will be fighting tonight, hell, they might even be more animal than them, if that's possible at all. Open the second gate." The portcullis is raised up, and you can see guards with spears sort of pushing several figures out in the sand, 4 of them, as you are 4. And you realize immediately what these creatures are. They have these brownish yellow fur, and 3 of them are pretty much naked and have shields and short stabbing spears. The 4th one, the largest one of the bunch, is dressed in some sort of like a rusty chainmail armor and is wielding what looks to be some sort of large, well, like a great axe or something along that, like a halberd type of weapon, basically. And you can see these low brows, these large yellow eyes, these canine teeth, these sort of hunched forward figures, and you recognize these are gnolls. Some of them might have met gnolls before in combat. They are ferocious enemies, and they are very savage indeed. And the gnolls are like sniffing and barking at each other. And you recognize these sounds, these voices, as the ones that you have heard from the dungeon the last night. So these gnolls, and the smell that you have smelled, this predatorial musk, probably also came from those gnolls that must have spent the last day or so at least not that far from you, in fact. Just a few doors down in another cell. They look a little confused, looking around, barking, but the largest one of them, what seems to be some sort of alpha gnoll or whatever it's called with gnolls, the pack leader, snarls and swishes his halberd through the air and points across the arena at you guys. The 3 other gnolls start slowly sort of fanning out in like a semicircle around the arena.
You take out the leader, the rest of them scatter, you think? I have not fought gnolls. I've seen them, I've heard of them, but I've never fought one.
Oleg raises a fist and says, "No! Count Leopold gives you tonight's battle. Let the bloodshed begin!" And the crowd erupts in a mighty cheer. And the gnolls looking up and then all 4 sets of eyes fixate on you. And they give you snarls. And we are in initiative now. And as always, we're using passive initiative in my one-shots. So let's see. We have Carragher up first.
Right. So how far away are those gnolls exactly?
Sorry?
How far away are those gnolls?
They're about 50 feet away from you.
50 feet. All right. I basically pick up my rapier and start circling around so that I have around 40 feet distance to the closest one of them.
All right.
And you said the colors are still around the next, right?
Yes, the color is still on.
All right. In that case, that's it. I am just basically readying my action for if any of them comes close enough for me to strike.
All right. The Gnoll Pack Lord just and starts moving forward, sort of hunched over, nearly on all 4s, occasionally using one of his legs, one of his arms as a 3rd leg, carrying this halberd. And then he leaps up and he moves like 40 feet or so. He's only about 10 feet away from you guys, and then stops and just like raises his halberd, snarls at you, getting ready to slash at whoever is the first one to approach him, basically. Krusk, you're up next.
I'm just gonna kind of crack a smile, look up from my my great axe, and I'm gonna charge forward at him.
All right. As soon as you enter his range, he will smash down the halberd against you. Your armor class is 12 at the moment. Yes, both of the attacks smash into you. And you take 13 points of slashing damage. And you can continue.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna lift my axe up and hit this bastard with a two-handed attack.
Go for it.
Ooh. Let's see. That'd be. Was it 11? Yeah.
He ducks to the side, and your axe hits the sand next to him. All right. That was Krusk. Mukva, you're up next.
So I see the fact that he charged and the gnoll just like swung, and it seems to be a bit out of rhythm. And I charge that same gnoll, and I try to ram it down with my spear in the hand. 2 hands on the spear. Hopefully a 17 hits.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
You pierce through this sort of rusty chainmail armor that he's wearing into his flesh.
3 damage.
3 damage. Yeah, he does not appear particularly impressed by that.
Neither was I.
He's just like gives you this hyena sort of laugh.
And I kind of just look around the crowd, just seeing if anybody enjoyed that or if it's still quiet.
I mean, the crowd is roaring at the battle. You're not quite sure at what exactly, but they enjoy seeing savages slaughter each other, basically. And then we have the... sorry, how do you pronounce your character's name, Case?
Bauxite.
Bauxite. All right. We were trying to guess at that. Bauxite, you're up next.
Bauxite fixes the halberd-wielding gnoll with his gaze.
All right.
No, actually, he Bauxite rips off the sort of skin between his thumb and his finger, and bites into it and spits it out, and then just starts sucking blood and spitting whilst muttering snarling religious curses and religious oaths as he drops like he's imitating the gnolls, the way the gnolls move. He's trying to lurch and moving up towards that they're fighting. And when he gets close, he's going to his action, because there are three orcs, three half orcs here in close proximity on one orc. On one gnoll, he's going to expect the others to close, and when there are three gnolls close, he's going to come out with his action.
All right, so you move in to the pack leader, holding the longsword basically in one hand, the other one bleeding, and you're looking at the three other gnolls.
Yes, but and my bleeding is working myself up into a frenzy. So I've entered rage. I've entered.
So you are a berserker. Oh no, you're just level 1, right?
Just let me think. Let me think. I can't cast spells when I'm raging, can I?
That is correct.
I won't rage yet. Then I'll just move in close.
Okay. The three gnolls are dashing after their leader now, basically, and they are closing in. Two of them are running at Boxit, and one of them is running at Krusk. Karagor is sort of who's circling around. They do ignore for now. They can't attack you though yet. They're just like running at you. Their shields up. They're these primitive wooden shields, and they're the short stabbing spears, and just like snarling at you and leaping in to close combat. But that's all they can do. However, Boxit still has an action. So
but they are within 30 feet. So
yes, all four of gnolls actually are within 30 feet of you at the moment.
So the leader and the first two who approached, I spit blood at them and spray them with blood. The curse of Shelabar, the luckless, fall on them in this fight. I'm casting Bane on them. They must each make a charisma save.
That's their strong suit. I'm not.
Charisma save DC 12. I'm not that powerful. Right.
Both of the gnolls fail, and the leader also fails. They all fail.
Okay, so they've got minus D4 on their attacks and saves for whilst I've got my concentration up.
All right, they are like your blood spurts onto their fur, and they start like sniffing at it and like or shaking their heads as if they were in pain. And we are up to Karagor, up again, once again at the first spot initiative.
Seeing that none of the gnolls actually attack him, he basically set for the crowd. He makes leap at one of them, literally staying vertically in the air for a moment, trying to stab the closest one.
All right. You're going for one of the normal ones, right? But one of the ordinary gnolls, not the leader.
One for the of the ordinary gnolls. Everybody else is focusing the leaders.
Go for it. Do you want to attack one of the cursed ones or the one who is not cursed?
One of the cursed. The ones I see that they have blood on them.
Yeah. All right. So you leap in and stab with the rapier. The gnoll turns, tries to bring his shield up.
And that's 22.
Yeah, 22 definitely hits. You're way too fast for this gnoll. He brings his shield up and you stab him in the hip under the shield.
6 points of damage, piercing.
All right.
And that's
the pack lord, now seeing Makva and Krusk next to him, will slash at Makva and Krusk once each, and then he will also bark an order towards the gnoll that is fighting Karagor, and that gnoll will go in for a bite. The pack lord misses both the attacks. His halberd swishing the air, but you both manage to leap and duck under this blade. The gnoll with the bite. That's a 13, I believe that hits. Yes, that does hit.
Did you include the?
You are correct. I did not. He does fail.
Well, there is one. I didn't get the one who was out at a distance.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Okay.
The one that missed me, can I use a reaction to use my fighting maneuvers, the superiority die?
Usually that's when you hit someone with an action. I don't know if you have a reaction maneuver.
Yeah, this one's a riposte. It's when a creature missed with a melee attack, you can use a reaction and expend 1 superiority die to make a melee attack against this creature. If hit, add superiority die to attack damage.
Go for it. So that was the pack lord that missed you. The pack leader, basically. Yeah, you can strike back at him.
That is.
You're wielding it two-handed, I'm assuming, the great axe or the battle axe, whatever you have.
Yes. So it looks like that's going to be 12.
That misses, I'm afraid.
Dang.
You smash into his leg, but the chainmail that he's wearing does deflect your blow. But you are up once again, Krusk, immediately.
All right, then I'm just going to go in for an attack.
Go for it.
Ooh, this one's a lot better. 19.
That hits.
That's for a D10.
That's cool.
5 damage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he still looks mostly unhurt. Not particularly impressed by your attack so far. Makva, you're up next. Maybe you can rectify that.
Even though rectify, you mean spear the leader once again, then yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, a nat 1 does not hit, correct?
You stab in, and he ducks out of the side and just smashes one elbow into your face, forcing you back. He gives you this high-pitched hyena laugh.
And once again, I just trying to like hold my ground and look around and get a bearing of like where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Boxit, you're up next.
So, Bauxite Bauxite quite low in the same pose as the null, tries to feints forward with his longsword, and then thrusting sidewards, and then he tries to twist the blade and bring it down into the null's knee with a sudden savage twist, and see if it works. Are you
attacking the pack leader? Because you have the pack leader is in reach for you, but you also have 2 gnolls in your face, 2 ordinary gnolls that are preparing to gut you.
Hmm.
One of them is cursed, the other one is not. What's up to you?
Concentrate on the pack leader. This is my tactics. Right. So I'm trying to stab the. Will that open me up to a flank attack from these gnolls though?
Well, I'm not using flanking rules as such.
Okay.
So they will attack you for sure, but like you can slash over your shoulder and then turn to face them once more.
So I'll just attack normally. 15.
That is a hit. You turn,
okay.
Slash at the pack leader, and you're wielding the longsword 2-handed, I'm assuming.
Yes, because I've got nothing else in my other hand. No, actually, I'll just wield it one-handed because I've got the dueling style, so it doesn't. Oh. It actually.
Right.
So
otherwise, you would not get that. Yes, that is correct.
So I'll bring my sword down, and as I do so, I swear a curse of the god of vengeance and the rage of Grumsh to give me strength to rip it in a bit further. That's my divine smite I'm using on him.
Just level 1, yeah.
Probably. Yep.
Oh, you don't
That's
have
all I got.
Right.
But
all right, so 2d8 extra. This could be good.
So I do. I don't know why this is.
It should be 3d8.
Yep.
Plus 5. Oh.
So that's no, it's plus 4. Sorry, I ticked it. Well, you can choose whichever one you want.
You take the first one, which is because that's the one you rolled first.
But it's plus 4, not plus 5. So it's only 11.
All right, that's still pretty good. For the first time, gnollish blood spurts onto the sand as the longsword descends and cuts into the arm of the gnoll leader. Blood is now on the ground and in the sand. He snarls at his companions, and they both try to strike at Bauxite, in revenge. One of them is cursed. That one misses by a lot. The other one actually hits. So one of the gnolls misses you with its little spear. The other one pushes his shield into your chest, distracting you for a moment, and stabs you in the side. You take 7 points of piercing damage.
My mother hits harder than that.
All right, that was a
Concentration.
Carragher.
Oh yes, concentration.
Concentration check. That's correct.
Nope.
Lateral one. All right, the curse is gone. That's cool. Carragher, your turn.
All right. So Carragher basically after his initial maneuver starts dancing around the battlefield, trying not to get out of the reach of anyone, but basically dancing around his opponent, trying to find a weak spot for a moment to stab.
Your voice is really messed up. I mean, I can sort of understand what you're saying, but it's very, I don't know, the microphone quality is pretty bad at the moment. I don't know if you could do something.
Is this better?
Not sure. Anyway, you can.
Right, sorry. If it's any comfort, I ordered a new microphone. It should arrive in a week or two.
Well, it's not much of comfort at the moment. Anyway,
Yes, sure.
so you strike out at the gnoll. So it's basically there's like a cluster of individuals in the center where it's like 3 gnolls and 3 half-orcs just beating each other. And then off to the side, you're fighting one single gnoll, maybe about 15 feet away from the main fray, basically.
Yes, basically waltzing all around him.
Yep, go for it. He's 11. This time he shifts to face you, and as you stab out with your rapier, batters it away with his shield, the blade. The Pack Lord will turn on Bauxite this time, as you have hurt him, and he will bring down his halberd and then go in for a single bite attack, trying to go for your jugular, basically. The halberd goes in first. Yep. He's no longer cursed. And that is 8 points of damage as he slashes the halberd across your back and then tries to bite you in the neck from behind. That will miss, however. This time you see the attack coming. You smack him in the face with your the pommel of your longsword. Krusk.
And I'm going to do another attack on that Pack Lord.
All right.
That is 17.
That hits. You want to use any special move? No?
I think I'll do the trip attack. And
All right.
when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 superiority die to attempt to knock the creature down. And then I add the die to my attack damage roll. And then it's going to need a strength saving throw of 13 if I...
That is good to know. He fails the saving throw.
So then he's going to be prone, so I believe everyone will have advantage against him as well.
That is correct. So you go in deep and you slash into his leg with your great axe, or your battle axe, and he smashes to the ground into the sand.
12 for the D10, and then 7 for the D8.
12 for the D. Interesting.
Oh, for what?
12 for. Did you say 12 for the D10?
Yeah, because I had a 9, and then I add my strength.
Oh, okay, I see.
And then with
so
the D8, then I just...
7, right?
Yep.
Okay, the wound is very deep. The Pack Lord looks severely injured. You basically cut through his hamstring or something like that. It's bleeding profusely. He's on the ground with his back in the sand, in a lot of pain. That was a mighty blow. Mukva.
As I see the Pack Lord down on the ground after being cut ferociously by my ally, I run in with the spear, seeing a chance to hit.
You have advantage.
18 to hit.
Hits.
And I don't see a way to roll the damage.
Could be a D8, I believe. Yeah.
One.
You stab him a little bit. So is that Do you have a strength bonus?
I do not. It's
okay. So it's just straight up 1 damage. Okay. You poke him a bit to see if he's.
I grazed him.
He's not dead. So snarling in anger and pain. Bauxite. The Pack Lord has gone down, but there's still 2. Well, he's on the ground anyway, but there's still 2 unhurt gnolls in your face.
Bauxite swears curses that his first trick has failed, and sprays himself with blood, working himself into a rage at the moment.
All right.
And then, as he's built up the rage of Grumsh within him, he goes and grabs twists the arm of the pack leader on the floor and tries to twist it into a position where he just won't be able to move to stand up, and he'll just be prone on the floor for the others. He's a grapple, I'm guessing.
Yes, indeed. That's an athletics check.
At a 22 on my athletics.
Yeah, no chance. He has no chance. You basically jump onto him and you grab him and you twist one of his arms and you push him onto the ground, holding him there.
Finish him.
That, however, does open you up to attacks from the 2 gnolls. They're both leaping into the defense of their pack leader and both trying to stab you, Bauxite, with their spears.
See if you can do better this time.
No, they do not actually. They do not hit you at all. You're using the arm of their pack leader as a shield, basically, and just like moving it around. And they're like, and trying to stab you, but their spears do not touch your flesh. And the last gnoll,
yapping hounds.
The last gnoll does attack Carragher and misses once again as Carragher just pirouettes around and twists aside. The spear goes wide. Carragher, your turn. I can't hear you if you're talking, Luca. Anyway, well, we'll continue with the Pack Lord then, I suppose. He'll try to break the grapple and stand up. Heavily injured. So give me another athletics check, Bauxite, please.
Okay. I'm rolling at advantage, so I'm rolling twice. I can't.
Oh yeah, because you have rage, of course. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No chance.
So again, a 22.
No chance. He cannot break the grapple. He's just like and then he will also try to bite you. Basically, just bite your arm that's holding him.
Disadvantage from being on the floor if he's prone.
Yes.
He's
like, but you're fixing him on the ground. There's no he can't reach you properly with his teeth.
Down, you dog.
Krusk.
All right, I'm going to try to finish off the grappled pack leader.
All right, with advantage.
Ooh, yeah. All right, and that is going to be 18.
That hits.
Do 12 points of damage.
All right. How you want to finish this creature off?
I just lay down my battle axe and cut his head clean off.
All right, as he's fixed on the ground anyway. The head just rolls across the ground. I don't know. I can't. Can anyone else hear Luca? No, right? It's not just me. Maybe try just rejoining Luca. Sometimes that fixes the issue. Rejoining the hangout. Okay. Well, the Pack Lord's down. The other 3 gnolls do not look happy. They're like casting quick glances at each other. Mukwa, you're up next.
Okay, as I see the pack leader down, I almost like act when I see his head just like fly up. I like move about 5-10 feet away from the opposite direction of the pack lord's head.
Yeah.
I pivot and I turn around and I throw my spear
At
the nearest gnoll.
All right.
Whoever that
Two
might
of
be.
them are
17.
So two gnolls are unhurt and fighting Bauxite. There's one gnoll who is hurt and fighting Carragher.
Whoever was closer.
Or pretty much the same distance to you.
The one fighting Carragher, then.
All right. You do hit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
8 damage. This one actually somewhat connects.
All right. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good wound. The spear, flung like a javelin, flies through the air, hits the gnoll in the side,
and then after I moved like 5 feet away, I pivoted and I threw, and now I'm actually running towards the dead gnoll. I'm picking up his halberd.
All right, definitely, you can do that.
All right.
So, Carragher, we'll redo your turn. We've sort of skipped you. So basically, as you're fighting this gnoll, a spear comes and hits him in the side. What do you want to do? It looks pretty heavily injured now. You're the one that you're fighting.
Yeah, I will attempt to finish it off, still waltzing around him.
All right, go for it.
That's a
real
hit.
hit. That is definitely a hit. Roll damage.
All
12
right,
points.
so that's 12 points of damage.
All right, how do you finish him off?
Basically, still waltzing. The moment he's not looking, I just stab the rapier right through his heart.
All right, as the spear connects with his side, he goes like, "Ugh!" and his shield lowers for a moment. You go in for just that specific moment. The rapier scrapes across the top of his spear and enters his chest, straight in the heart. Falling into the ground, dead. 2 left. They're both unhurt, but they look scared. And it's their turn now. They will both... one of them will continue attacking Bauxite. The other one will move in a bit closer to Krusk and stab at you, still staying within Bauxite's range of attack. Bauxite, you sort of batter with your offhand the spear away, but Krusk, you're still focused on the swing, chopping off the leader's head, and you can't bring the axe up fast enough to parry, and the spear glances across your sort of rib cage and across your shoulder, leaving a shallow, well, not so quite so shallow wound, 8 damage. That was the Gnoll's turn, and Carragher, you're up again, actually.
All right, so Carragher moves to one of the uninjured Gnolls, approaching the same way as he did to the first one, by basically leaping towards him for a moment, being in a vertical position.
Do you want to fight the one that's fighting Bauxite the Paladin, or do you want to attack the one that's fighting Krusk the warrior, the fighter?
I want to attack the one who's fighting Krusk.
All right.
24 to hit.
Hits, yeah.
And 6 piercing damage.
All right. Krusk, you're up next. The Pack Lord is dead. No more turn for him.
So that last little jab kind of hurt him a little bit. So he's going to scream, fuck, but in Orcish. And then he's going to go in and attack the one that just hit him.
Go for it.
And that is 18.
That hits.
Five points of damage.
5 points, okay. Yeah, you run up and you swing your great axe with your battle axe, miss with the blade, but then smack him with a pommel basically into the face. Makwa, wielding a halberd now. So you're probably not proficient with that thing.
I am not. No. I'm also not very good with spears, if you haven't noticed as well.
Oh, okay.
But as I
well, halberd
actually
is kind of a spear, I suppose, just with a little bit of an axe blade attached.
And a little bit longer reach, more importantly. And so as I charge the next gnoll, I take the wide arc, and from 10 feet away, I swing.
Which one do you want to attack?
Which one is closest to me, or one that looks obviously bloodied.
one knoll, the one fighting Bauxite, is uninjured. The other one that's sort of in between Krusk and Bauxite and Carragher is already fairly injured.
I would probably go after the fairly injured one then.
All right.
And swing away. Hey, there we go.
On a natural 20. Wow.
Nice. So
maybe you are proficient with the Halberd after all. So that's
2d10. It is 2d10.
13 points.
13 damage.
You totally kill him. So how do you want to kill him?
So unlike these other people that when they kill, it's just terrible and gruesome. Mine is kind of more of a gut shot. So it's like a wide swing at mid-level. It just connects right in the abdomen just correctly. And the knoll falls over the axe's head. And I just like pull the axe head out. And,
you hear this terrible sucking sound when you sort of rip out the halberd, and you can see entrails just sort of into it, and the knoll just drops like a sack of potatoes.
And when I do, it's like, it's not exactly, it's like an I'm sorry. And when I say sorry, it's not for what I've personally done. It's the fact that we're both in a similar situation. We're both in a situation where we are here against our will. So it's not with hate that I killed this guy.
The third knoll, the last one knoll now, uninjured but outnumbered 4-1, just looks around and he will disengage and move backwards about 20 feet. Snapping at you and snarling, but you can see terror in his gaze. He knows that there's not much he can do. Carragher.
I think it's...
Sorry, I skipped you. Sorry, Bauxite. I skipped you.
So Bauxite, as the head of the pack leader goes rolling off, he still has him pinned with one arm, but it doesn't make any difference. But he doesn't release the arm. He just raises his sword and hacks through the arm and hacks the arm off the body and plants his longsword in the ground and goes to attack runs up to attack this surviving knoll with the arm of his pack leader. And basically what he's going to try and do is swing it low, bring it round so it sort of swings round his neck and get him into a pin from behind, holding him by the arm of his pack leader. It's a grapple again.
All right. I'll actually give you inspiration for that action.
I'm just trying to impress the crowds.
Yeah. Go for it. Give me an athletics check.
And again, I'm still raging, so...
You are.
Not very good. 11.
All right. This time, the knoll managed to, seeing you coming, managed to duck under, and the arm sort of touches the top of his head and his ears, and then slides off and back into you. He's not grappled. Carragher.
Carragher looks like, well, that he's sorry he's doing this for a moment, carefully not to show it to the crowd. But he does approach the remaining knoll and proceeds to attack him.
All right. 21 hits?
21.
Yep.
Yeah. And 7 piercing damage.
All right. Krusk and Makla, I suppose you can act at the same time pretty much if you want.
I look at Krusk and I kind of just nod my head and start to charge in.
All right.
Krusk do at that exact same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Charging in.
And you can both roll at the same time.
I got a 7.
I got an 11.
Yeah, the knoll blocks both your attack with his shield. He's afraid and terrified, but he does not want to die. Bauxite, you're up next.
Bauxite tries the same again, basically.
Okay.
Tries to grapple him with the arm of the... Likes the idea.
Nope. I'm afraid not.
Actually,
sorry, that's a better one. How much is that?
The 15. 15 is my total.
Okay. At this time, you do manage to grapple him. So grab him in like a bear hug, I suppose, in a way.
Yeah, I've got him sort of round the throat with the arm, and I'm behind him. So
okay,
he's still
like
got
that.
he's
I
still
see.
got his arms free, and he can attack and things. But me at disadvantage, I
Yeah.
think. Well, that's how it's not technically disadvantage, but and I'll start dragging him. I'll start dragging him towards one of the hanging banners,
Okay.
or the side of the pit.
Will stab his spear sort of backwards into you, trying to get rid of you. In that way, that is a hit. And that will be, oh, you're raging, so you'll take half damage. So 4 damage, half is 2. So just a like very superficial
Yeah,
wound.
I almost don't notice that, but I'm roaring with pain.
All right, Carragher, Krusk, and Makva.
Go ahead and once again
You'll have advantage on the
follow
attack.
through.
Carragher attacks again as well.
Yeah, Carragher hits, definitely.
And once
An
again, I go
unnatural
like,
20.
just end him rightly, I say.
5 piercing damage.
All right. What
My
about...
losses again around.
And then I got an
Can't wait to
unnatural
get done
20.
with these games.
Okay, that hits.
5 points of damage.
All right, the Knoll is just barely hanging on to his life. Makva.
Once again, I look at this knoll and I'm like, sorry. And I swing away, and as I swing, I'm actually closing my eyes because it's like the horror of the situation and how much I actually hate this place.
And Boxat.
Um,
The Knoll
I'm
is
gonna.
quite severely injured now. Bleeding.
Yep. I'm going to just continue dragging him. I'm going to speed up, so I'm dashing, pulling him backwards, right to the edge of the wall. But basically, maybe I won't dash, but I'll move. But I'm also sort of scanning the crowds, looking around for. I'm scanning the crowds, looking for my main adversary, who is an Orog orc with Elf Slayer and Mage Slayer tattoos on his face. See if I can see anyone who fits that description, but also just to get an impression of the people here. I'll have a look at the have a look at the count, but I've just basically got this guy pinned, and I'm using this as a moment to work out, have a look at my surroundings and try and see if I can.
You see a sea of faces around you. Men, women, couple children. Most of them are humans. There's a few half-elves, few halflings in there, maybe a dwarf or two. No other half-orcs, no tieflings, no dragonborn, nothing. None of the more exotic races. This is a racist place in some ways. Looking at the balcony, sort of the VIP lounge area, you can see this young freckle-faced man, very finely dressed, who looks fascinated. His eyes are wide open. He's sort of clapping. And there's the half-elf, a half-elf with a jewelry around his neck, who's holding a arrow in one hand. And he's sort of looking down with a distasteful grimace. And there's the Oleg, the jailer, this large, fat, but also muscular, bald guy who looks kind of, he's scanning the crowd, and he looks half angry, half happy. It's a weird mixture. And he's shouting something at one of the guards, one of the crossbow-wielding guards. You can see his lips moving, and so he's pointing down there. And the crowd is roaring so loudly that there's no way you can figure out what's going on. And there's also a very heavily armored human, a knight, by the looks of it, who's standing behind the young lord. He's like has his arms crossed, and he's paying a lot of attention to what's going on down there. His eyes are focused on you. Your eyes meet.
I'll just quickly scan the knight and scan the knight. I've got knowledge of religion. Does he bear any sort of symbols of any religions I recognize?
Give me a perception check.
11.
It's too far, like you're about 50, 60 feet away from him.
Okay.
It's too far to see any smaller
Any details?
symbols
Okay.
on him or so. He's definitely wearing some sort of plate armor, but you can't see any larger symbols or such. He's what looks to be, he has to be what looks to be the handle of a greatsword, like protruding from behind his back. That's the only thing you can see. And then as you're looking, you see two of the crossbowmen suddenly shift, probably what Oleg, the jailer, ordered, and then shoot. And you're like, oh shit, they're shooting at me. And then both crossbow hit the knoll. Who you're holding it. The knoll just goes, ah! And slump in your grip. Dead. The crowd lets out one final roar, cheer, clapping, stomping their feet and everything. And it goes on for several minutes, just like basically waves of ecstasy running through the crowd until Oleg finally manages to quiet them down a bit.
While they're doing this, Bauxite is playing the part of a brute and just sort of snarling defiance at his captors, not the rich count and all the VIP lounge, but anyone who's abusing me, sort of children, women, anything like that.
Right.
I'll hurl abuse back at them and swing the arm and try and spray blood on them.
Yeah, you get a few good shots in as Knoll blood is sprayed through the air. A couple of people are wiping off, spitting down at you. A couple of people like throwing, like a woman throws her shoe down or something, hits you in the face. Yeah, small items and such. But eventually the crowd quiets down and Oleg goes, "Whoa, you have seen the fight tonight. These savages are ruthless and bloodthirsty and brutal. You've seen how they fight each other. But in 2 days, you will all come back. The Count himself will be here, and we will witness and see how these savages deal with the Knights of Orelon. Here," he points at the knight, "we have Sir Quentin, a noble knight and sworn protector of the realm. 2 more of his brethren will be joining us soon, and then they will show these orcs how the people of Orelon fight." And the crowd is shouting and screaming.
I hurl the arm at Sir Quentin.
Okay. Give me an athletic check, actually. You might actually be able to throw it that far. It's pretty far, but you're pretty strong and raging.
So it'll be a
with advantage.
Sorry, even so, I rolled 3 times and I'm only meaning to roll twice. So it's
So 15 plus whatever your strength bonus
19.
is. 19. All right, that will do it. The arm flies, the old arm flies through the air, and the young lord nearly gets caught in it. He sees it coming. He's like stumbles to the side. Sir Quentin moves up ahead, pushing him behind his back, and the arm hits him in the chest and tumbles back down into the arena.
Aiming at the Lord, I was aiming at Sir
Yeah,
Quentin.
I know. He's like the Lord is basically the knight was standing behind the Lord. So
okay.
In the flight path. He looks down and he says, the knight, his fairly deep voice booming out, he says, "For this, beast, I'll make sure you die slowly."
I'm just sort of voicelessly
Oleg looks
screaming at him.
A bit intimidated and sort of walks over and starts talking quietly to the knight and the lord. The lord sort of nods a couple times. Oleg nods a couple times as well, like sort of wringing his hands a bit, and then says to the guards, like, get him out, get him back into the dungeon. We'll talk later." Yep. Sorry,
just for the crowd, I'm going to need to be sort of, they'll need to put lassos and drag me back or something like that. I'm not
sure,
just...
That works if you want. They are actually bringing nets into the arena.
Yeah.
So there's about maybe a dozen guards or so that walk in. Does anyone else want to resist?
Nah, I don't actually actively resist.
I'm
Alright.
not gonna resist either because I'm trying to like not be in like a crappier situation.
You guys drop your weapons.
Yeah, can Carragher, while dropping his weapon, try to pick something that's thin and sharp from the shoe or some items that they threw down without being noticed.
If I notice him doing that, I'll try and make a big distraction, be violent and raging so their attention is
you're
on
making
me.
a distraction anyway. I'm just not sure what you would have that could fit in that regard. I mean, no.
Anything really that small and thin, basically.
Give me a perception check. Maybe you'll find something in the sand of the arena before the guards drag you away.
I will not. I rolled a 7.
No, I'm afraid there's nothing. You cast a quick glance around, like touching the sand, trying to see if you find like maybe an arrowhead or a broken dagger or something. But 2 of the guards grab you, pull you up, and start dragging you out. While Bauxite is sort of running around and screaming, and the guards basically throw a net over you, pull you down, and start beating you with their spear shafts. And you take let's say about 9 points of additional bludgeoning damage. So 5, let's say 5 points because you're still raging until they beat you into submission and then drag you out of the arena in the net. And you're dragged down the corridor, out of the arena, and into this inner courtyard and through the gateway that leads down the stairs to the dungeon where you were before, past these kennels. And you can see the kennels a bit better now. There's about maybe 5 or 6 large, sort of dark-furred dogs, some sort of bloodhounds or something, nearly wolf-like, but larger than wolves in there. The sniffing and snarling.
I was just going to say, surely in our travels we have seen something like this before, though, or not?
I mean, they're not unnatural as such. It's just some sort of like hunting dog breed, large, dangerous-looking, mastiff something cross, basically.
Sure.
I told you about. These are the dogs I told you about. Carragher says in Orcish.
And then you are dragged down into the dungeon and shackled once again. Bauxite is shackled with you in the cell.
Just a quick note: as soon as we're out of sight of the arena, I instantly sort of calm down and become.
All right, the guards look a bit surprised, but they don't question their luck. And yeah, as I said, you're all shoved into the cell and shackled to the wall. The guards leaving you, a couple of them casting angry glances at Bauxite. And one says, "You'll get what's coming to you, beast, soon enough." And the door closes.
It's one thing to work a crowd. It's another thing to work the guards. Try to keep a low key while we're down here. And I say this in Orc.
Well said and understood. I say back.
By the way, I've not seen magic quite like that. Where are you from?
He looks a little bit embarrassed at this. I am actually from a small farm in a forest called Deepwood, that we call Deepwood. And to be honest, we had few visitors, and I know little of the world. I'm not even sure. I'm not from this country, but I'm not even sure which country the farm was part of, deep in the forest.
You're from the forest, though, and that's what's important.
I'm out of my. I'm a little bit out of. I am out of
your element.
My element.
And most of us are. But the fact that they haven't put a collar on you yet is intriguing. What are you able to
Have they
do?
put a collar on me or not?
No, you have not. You can see two of your three new friends have these iron collars with like a greenish stone attached to it around their necks.
Do you know what the collars do?
They keep magic at bay. That is all I know. Whenever you try to use magic,
Ah,
a cold, unnatural grasp around your neck happens.
maybe they didn't know.
You hear loud voices outside. One of them you recognize as Oleg's. Open the door now! Yes, sir. Of course. You hear footsteps approaching. The door opens and Oleg enters. He's wearing carrying a small wooden box. He looks angry. His face is red. And he looks around. I suppose you did a good show, but that fuck up with the arm. Were you? He walks up to Borkside and says, "You new one. You were trying to go for the Lord's son. If you had hit him, it would have been on my head. It would have been my fault. You." He opens the box. "I think a lesson's in order." And he takes out two iron gauntlets like the one a knight would wear. Puts them on. Pushes the wooden box to one of the guards who was entered with him. And just walks up to you, grabs you, sort of like that, by the face, pushes you in, looks at you in these like human eyes, bald, sweaty head, red face. You can see a couple of veins of pulsing around his throat and neck, and he pushes you away. And he says, turns to the three of the others and says, "Let this be a lesson to you. What happens to those who disobey their masters? You," and he points at Karagor, "translate to them so they understand." And he turns and starts laying into, just beating the shit out of Borkside. Just like punching me in the face, in the stomach. And he even grabs you by the balls and squeezes. He's not a nice guy. How much health do you have left at the moment? Because he's literally trying to beat you to, well, nearly
unconsciousness.
Yeah.
I'm gonna the dice roll because I'm not fighting him.
No,
but
you can't.
I'll just
like you're chained like this to the wall. There's not much you can do.
But I will go into rage, so it takes a long time for him to knock me into unconscious. And you know the halforc ability to the halforc ability of sort of coming back.
Yeah, from
that happens, I'll sort of slump on one hit point, and if he sort of slows off at that time, I'll use my lay on hands to give me some more hit points, spit at him again, and try and headbutt him so he can carry on laying into me. So a long time to knock me unconscious, basically.
All right. So he steps back and grabs you once again. You spit on him, heal yourself, and sort of give him a small headbutt. He moves out of the way a bit, but you still catch him a bit. He puts out a bit of blood as you catch him in the lip. You just like grabs you by the face, hits you a couple more times until you go unconscious. He just drops you to the ground. A couple of teeth flying out, probably. And Oleg is like bloody now. His gauntlets sticky and full of orcish blood. This scum. He's lucky we still need him. But the knights will finish him off soon enough. Fucking beasts. He turns to the other three of you, and you can see, like, he shakes his head for a bit, and the rage slowly recedes, and he gives you a crooked grin, and you can see there's a bit of blood in his mouth. He must have bit on his lips or tongue or something during the course of the beating. And he just says, "Enjoy your feast. You've earned it." spits in a corner and moves out. 2 guards that have been in the room the whole time look a little scared, kind of. Look at each other. And one of them, still clutching the little wooden box, gives you a look and sort of shrugs a bit, and then they both leave. And the 3rd guard who was standing outside closes the door and locks it.
Some feast. Silence is nice.
Yeah, I'd rather not piss these people off any more than we have to.
Just a quick question. From him beating me and everything like that, can I get a rough approximation of his strength?
He's not, I mean, he's physically strong. Like, he's a fairly muscular guy, but he's also fat. So you get the...
Would I say he's stronger than
probably
me?
his late 50s or so. You think he might have been like some sort of fighter back in the day, probably. But he's definitely let himself go quite a bit. And even back in the day, like, he didn't move like a super experienced fighter.
Okay.
He probably maybe he was like a mercenary or something, but like not like a massively elite warrior by any means. Like, you could easily take him, probably, even unarmed, maybe. Hard to say.
Maybe, but not with chains on my arms.
Well, no, that not, obviously. Well, about an hour or so passes, and Boxite, give me a Constitution saving throw. You are still unconscious, I'm afraid. And as One Eye, Zarag, the old half-orc, comes in, this time he is carrying a tray, and there's another guard with him also carrying a tray. And you can smell on the guard's tray, there's beer, there's water, there's the broth that you have seen before, but this time there's like chunks of meat in there. There's a bit of bread, there's like pieces of cheese, several like cut sausages chopped into pieces and mixed in. So there's like, it's much more filling this time. And it's actually still kind of warm, so still fairly fresh. And he's led into the room once again with his hurt, broken foot or leg. He sits down awkwardly and starts feeding you as the guards leave and close the door behind him. He looks around and he says, "What happened to this one?"
Oh, he gave the crowd a show, but embarrassed the jailer while at it.
Not a clever one, is he?
We're lucky he's still alive.
He doesn't look alive to me. You sure he's alive?
He seems to be breathing. Not well, though.
All right, so does that change our plan then?
No. If you can get these collars off, I can get the keys. And I can stabilize the talkative one.
We have to move soon. Tonight would be best.
I agree.
Are you up for it after the fight and all that?
I'm fine.
So,
How about you, brother?
I'm fine as well.
the sooner we leave this place, the better.
Sorry?
The sooner we leave this place, the better.
All right. We'll have to wait for most of the people are asleep. There's only one guard outside in the hallway. There's the keys to your chains and the door are there. He has them.
Understood.
One floor up, there's weapons. If you need them. I suppose I'll have to bring you the keys to the necklaces, right? The irons.
Unfortunately, that is what... If I can get this necklace off of me, I can get us out of this predicament.
Right. And you take me with you. You promised?
I promise. That I am good for.
All right. Try to get some rest, I suppose.
But where will you be at? Where can we
you?
find you?
I'll be with you. I'll have to bring you the keys.
Fair enough.
There's no one else I can trust with that. Get some sleep. It'll probably be late at night when I come, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. If you can get some sleep. And move your arms. Don't let them hang like that. Make fists or anything to get the blood flow going. I've
Understood.
seen a man lose his arms. They shriveled in after a week in those chains. And he basically continues feeding you.
Right. And once again, it's very much like the squeezing ball workouts. Just constantly. Isometric exercises.
Yeah, basically. All right. Let's hope everything goes well. I'll see you soon. If not, I'm probably dead. Or worse.
We all will be.
He stands up and he knocks on the and says in common, "It's done. I fed them." The guards open the door again. He turns, gives you one last look, and then sort of looks over to Bauxite with his eyes, and then at you, and then over to him again, and then turns and walks out. The door closes behind him. And
damn Bauxite. It's going to cost us more resources. Hopefully not too much time, though.
all right, the hours pass.
Yes.
Eventually, Bauxite will wake up in a lot of pain, obviously, but at 1 hit point. Spitting out maybe a few bits and pieces of teeth and such.
Yep.
I'm like, I can't believe they haven't been down here today. Thankfully, the jailer, I don't think, noticed to realize that you tried to use magic earlier. I think he's too dumb to realize it. We got lucky. What did you see on your way in? Do you remember?
I was in the building. I was my head was covered with a sack. I saw nothing.
So we were as well. We were as well. But we heard about a kingdom, well, a duke, really, nearby. He's a dragonborn. Can't stand this baron. We're going to make our way there, hopefully tonight. If I can get this collar off, I can get your healing. But we could use another orc, such as yourself, in the escape. Are you with us, or do you want to stay here?
I'm a halforc.
Well, you will notice that
I'm proud of my human heritage.
I don't shy away from my human heritage as well. But right now, I just want to stay away from those humans as much as possible.
Krusk will chime in and say the orc side makes you strong.
It also makes you blind sometimes.
I'm looking through sort of bruised eyes and nod, bruised and bloodied eyes, and nod at that. Truth in that.
But the orc side does give us strength. Strength we need right now. And you need to regain your strength. Sleep. When the time comes, we'll wake you up. Am
I suspended from the chain still, or can I actually sleep?
You're sitting on the ground, and the chains are like holding your arms like this, basically. but you're sitting on the ground and you can lean against the wall. So it's not super terrible. Nonetheless, after a few hours, your arms and hands start slowly hurting and cramping. So it's not very comfortable either.
Yeah.
Would he be able to get technically a short rest in?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like a long rest is pretty much impossible under these circumstances. You don't have the comfort basically that you need to sleep properly, but you can get a short rest in. So it goes for all of you. So if you want to roll hit dice, I don't believe your racial ability is regained on a short rest. I don't think.
No,
it does not.
But, yeah,
no,
so that's not gonna come back for a bauxite, I'm afraid. Or
my abilities.
Also play on hands ability.
That wasn't so wise, but sometimes wisdom isn't my strong point.
Yeah, that's fine. That's remember, you do still, however, have 1 point of inspiration, bauxite. So don't forget that. That might maybe save your life in the future. Nonetheless, whoever wants to roll hit dice, the time to do so is now.
Makwa has no need.
Oh yeah, you have not been damaged. That's correct. And also, Karagor, you also haven't been damaged, I believe, right? In the null fight.
Sorry, I don't think I've been injured at all. Let's say that.
Perfect.
So,
all right, 32. That's pretty damn good, actually.
That's actually just my ability, and I haven't rolled my other one is.
Sorry, what is that? Ability?
7-3. No, this is, and then my paladin hit dice is a D12 as well, so I didn't include that. So that's another 5.
Oh, you mean your barbarian?
Yeah.
Okay. So
my
you're
barbarian.
Up 37. 38 technically.
38. Yes, yeah, I'm up 37 to 38.
So what is your maximum hit points?
41.
Okay. Well, you're feeling pretty okay, all in all.
Yep.
Fast healer.
I rolled a 1 on my D10, and then plus my con, so I got 4 extra points, so I'm at 27.
You can roll up to 4 of your hit dice.
Ooh, nice.
I mean, technically, might as well before you won't have them anymore, obviously. But
yeah.
So roll as many you like, basically.
I'll roll 1 more, which will be 3.
All right.
And that
Plus
will
your
put me.
fire, of course.
Yep, that'll put me back at max then.
All right, excellent. Okay, guys. So before we jump into this final part, the breakout part of the adventure, we'll have a 5-minute break or so, so people can go to the toilets or whatever, grab some drinks and stuff, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
Cheers.
All right. See you soon. All right, whenever you guys are ready, we can jump back in.
All right, I'm fully back.
Excellent.
Yep, I'm back. I had forgotten that I was on mute and invisibility.
That's all right. Happens.
I'm here as well.
All right. 3 out of 4.
So, if I'd realised what was going on, I might have planned that a little bit differently.
Well, your
but
character
never mind. That's the way it goes.
Worked out well.
Question, is my microphone still horrible?
I mean, I can understand what you're saying, but it's like very, don't even know how to describe that.
Yeah, but I honestly don't know why. I mean, when I'm using Discord or Skype, I sound perfectly fine, and I don't. It's probably because I'm browser based at the moment. That might be the reason.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So whilst we're sort of lying there in the cells, sort of recovering, and I've heard of your plans to break out, I say, the rage of Grumsh to overcome me, but I have trained myself in discipline to self-discipline and denial to master the rage. But today, I have misjudged the situation. I and allowed the halforc to the orcish nature to come out, and I thought there was no harm in it in the arena, but I see I've misjudged. It turns to was it Mova or I don't, how do you say that?
Makva.
Makva.
That's the druid. That's the guy who's not here yet at the moment. So, David. He's sleeping. David is sleeping. So Makva is sleeping at the moment.
Okay. I turn to Makva and realize he's sleeping, and then finish and say to the others, this half-orc that offers you a plan, do you think you can trust him?
Well, he's definitely angry, and angry at his captors. I think that makes him at least trustworthy enough to. Yeah, I'll kind of bullshit. He's the only way out we have.
Yes. Fair enough.
And I too think we can trust him as well. We have no other way to get out of here anyway.
What he said.
The hours pass. You sleep a bit.
Do not judge me. Do not judge me too harshly by what you saw in the arena. That was a bit of an act, as I'm sure you know.
All right. So the hours pass. You sleep a bit. You awake a bit. You talk a bit. Sleep, rest, and then eventually you hear shuffling footsteps outside, and you see One Eye's face appear at the small window, the cell door, looking inside, sort of silhouetted against the lantern that's behind him, and he looks down the corridor, and it sort of pushes a long silver thing, like flings it through basically, and it falls. Yeah, actually not a bad throw. It falls very close to where Makva is sitting. in between your legs, more or less onto the ground. And he I think that's the key. It doesn't look like a key to me, but
I look at it, and is it like a wire?
It looks like a thin piece of metal, not like a wire, more like a small wand in a way.
Okay.
There's a few small carvings on it. It looks like some sort of arcane symbols or something. You're not quite sure.
How close am I to everybody? To like my next door neighbor when it comes to being in chains?
Maybe about 2 feet, 3 feet.
Okay, that's like perfect. So I try to grab the wand with my toes.
Yeah.
And literally like prop it to the person next to me to where their hands are so they can move like 10, 15 inches, you said.
Yeah.
So just enough to where the neighbor can grab it.
Okay. Yeah, that will work. I mean, it might take you a while, but eventually will work.
Right.
Yeah. So it'll take you may drop like 2 or 3 times, but your orcish feet eventually manage to let's say Krusk over to Krusk, who managed to grab it.
Is this just for the necklaces?
Yeah, this seems to be some sort of magical thing to get rid of the necklaces.
All right,
You're like left hand at the moment.
Okay, then I'm gonna try to pass it to Karagar because I know he's got that on, and I know I don't because I'm not a magic user.
So how do you wanna pass it over?
Maybe you could. Can you reach his? Maybe he can't reach his neck, but you can.
No, you can't move your hands much. You can only move your hands like 10, 15 inches at the most. The chains are very tight.
Yeah, I could try to grab it with mine within maybe acrobatics. Look at my foot or something. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, you can work. That works if you want. Yeah, give me an acrobatics check. Sure. Why not?
Oh, David, you're muted. I don't know if you're trying to suggest something.
You're trying to talk.
Oh. So One Tusk is like, maybe just do the same to me where it's in my hands, but I couldn't quite get to my hands, but I could get to your hands. Just do the same. Maybe I can use it to get this thing off.
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
Okay, yeah, like you managed to somehow pass the thing on to his hand, like throwing it maybe the last like foot or so, catch it, and you sort of, it doesn't quite reach. But as you're pointing it at your neck, there's a small greenish light that starts glowing, and you feel this cold sensation again as your crystal, that little stone on your necklace also starts glowing, and then the necklace just falls off onto the ground, like unclasping at the back, basically. You're still muted, already muted again.
Sorry, have it.
That's
I'm like, all right. Whew. I'm gonna be gone for a little bit of time as a rat. But as a rat, they're around here. I think I can get to the keys, attracting attention. But as I'm out of here, what else do you think I can do in order to help us escape?
Well,
yeah.
Could you pass me the small rod now, please?
I'm like, yeah, hold on. When I'm a rat, I'll scurry on up and free you in just a second.
Thank you.
And I'd say maybe just look out for guards, see how many there are, what kind of like weapons they're holding.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a note of guard locations. I might even do a little bit of scouting. It might take me a little bit of time, but it'd probably help us in the long run. Agree?
Yes.
Or should we just...
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay.
Says
I need to go upstairs again. Otherwise, the guard will be suspicious.
Okay. Where upstairs are you going to be?
I'll be one floor up. There's a corridor there. I have a small room there.
Okay. If you hear a knock 5 times in a row, you know that's us.
Right.
If it's in the hall.
Don't forget me.
Not going to.
And he
All right.
pulls away.
I have someone actually at my door. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, so I'm guessing there's a as a rat falls to the ground where your half-orcish friend just was a second ago, and he will grab the little wand and he will climb up onto Carragher's body and then basically touch the wand to the necklace, which also falls off. And you feel your magic return, Carragher, and instantly your armor of shadows cloaks you once more.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot better. Question, can I attempt to actually Eldritch Blast my chains?
You could try, but it might be quite loud.
Oh, yes, that's true. In that case, that's a rod. Can it be used for lockpicking?
Maybe.
Do not risk damaging the rod. I think if we have collars that stop magic, that is a powerful item we can use against evil enemies who use magic against us. I say we take those collars and use them to our use them as our tools.
I like that.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
All right.
Yeah, in that case, I use Mage Hand to get some bone. You said there was quite a bit of bones on the floor. Someone that seems like it could be used for, well, picking a lock.
That is correct, yes.
So can I use my mage hand to actually use that bone to do that?
So technically, I don't think you can do like such intricate work with mage hand unless you're an arcane trickster that has like a special ability with mage hand. But I'll give you a. What's your spellcasting ability modifier? Is charisma, right? Your spellcasting ability as a warlock, of course.
Yes.
So give me a charisma check. If you roll well enough, I'll let you do it with mage hand.
Just pure charisma check.
Yes, a charisma check, not a saving throw.
So,
No.
that's an 8.
No, you do not manage to control your mage hand. Like you can form it, and it can pick up the bones and like stick them in the lock. But you're focusing your mind like onto the intricate details of the movements, and the mage hand just can't do it. It's too clumsy.
All right, never mind then. Well, I guess I give up on that one.
All right. Anyway,
just keep trying.
You're a rat, by the way.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, as I'm a rat, I'm going to scout ahead. I'm going to see if the guard's not paying attention to the little keys.
Okay.
And
so
things
how do
like
you
that.
Cell?
Didn't you say there's like a little sliding door?
There's a large wooden door and a little window with like bars in the middle, or like at about head height.
I mean, in between the little bars.
Yeah, if you can climb up. I mean, but it's a wooden door. I mean, it's not. You can,
they have climb speed.
Yeah. Oh, they do have climb speed. Okay, excellent. Yeah, in that case, yeah, that works. Yeah. Okay. So yeah,
and they do have scent ability as well. I'm not saying that's gonna help, but might even throw me off considering how foul and nasty this place is.
So the rat climbs up the
dark vision of 30 feet as well.
All right, excellent. So the rat climbs up the door and pushes itself. It just barely fits. I mean, the bars are fairly close together, but the rat can fit through, and climbs back out the other side. The lantern is still lit, although it's starting to slowly burn out a bit. Probably not gonna be lit for much longer. And you're now in the corridor outside.
Okay. I'm going to start general scouting and looking around for guards and other points of interest for our escape.
Okay. Give me a stealth check with advantage.
Okay. They do have... All right. Where's the rat card? Oh, there it is. I didn't. Where are you at? Oh, there it is. Oh wow, they don't actually have a stealth skill. Okay.
Nope.
I am super surprised by that.
Yes.
A natural 1.
22.
Nope. You rolled twice. The first roll was a natural 1. I'm afraid.
I thought you said with advantage.
No,
You
with
did say with
advantage.
advantage.
That already had. Oh, yeah, you are correct. That is a 9 then, not a natural 1. You're right.
The second one's the. Okay, I see what that is.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's why they roll twice.
Okay. So yeah, 9.
Okay. So as you are scuttling out into the room, you see in front of you there's a single guard, a young man, brownish hair, a bit of a mustache, dressed in chainmail, and he's eating some sort of late night dinner or something, I suppose. And there is a small table, and he's sitting there. There's another chair, but that chair is empty. And there is a crossbow on the side, just leaning against the wall, a short sword at his hip, and a shield also leaning against the wall. As you scuttle into the room, like sniffing around, you see there is a board, sort of, with a few small hooks on it, and there's a bunch of keys hanging from there. You're pretty sure one of those keys, or several of those keys, must be the manacle keys and the keys to the cell. As you're sniffing around and looking at it, he looks up and sees the rat sort of scuttling through the room, and he's like, "Damn, fucking rats!" And he picks up the knife he's eating with and just chucks it at you.
I attempt to dodge it and scurry away like a normal rat would.
But he seems to be fairly good at throwing, I'm afraid, and he hits you.
Okay.
Now, this knife doesn't really do much damage, but it does deal 1 point to you, and that's enough, I'm afraid, to break your rat form.
Okay, as I'm obviously not a rat.
A halforc.
And as such.
What the? He's like wide-eyed and super surprised. He saw the rat that he just chucked a butter knife basically at the moment grow into this half-orc figure. So what do? You have a couple seconds.
And as soon as I'm a half-orc, I look at it, man, I immediately go up to him and I'm like, shh. And I'm like, are you dead? I'm like, shh, are you dead?
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Give me an intimidation check.
Okay.
Technically, this would be with disadvantage because he's armed, you're not. But then again, you just showed him like magical abilities, so it's just a straight up intimidation.
17.
17, all right. Oh, okay. His eyes go wide, and he's like, what are you doing?
I'm like, look, this can end peacefully. What am I doing? It's simple. I'm going to escape. Either I can cut you down right here, right now. I'd rather not. No more bloodshed. No more bloodshed.
As you're talking,
and I'm like, did you see the arena?
I did.
That is barbaric. And it's illegal. It is illegal in this kingdom.
You're right. I don't know how you know that, but you're right, it is.
And I'm speaking in common, of course. And I'm like, I wasn't speaking in common earlier. Now you're hearing me. I and so many other people are smart and intelligent and have been used as tools for entertainment of a child. It's like, it is wrong. You know it. And here's the thing. You don't have to be at blame for this. But I'm going to get some innocent people out of here. And I don't want you hurt, but if you tell on us, I'm sorry. It's me and several other lives. if you do. I'm willing to risk one life to save many. And I do not want to hurt you, so that doesn't have to be that way. But
you saw what Oleg did to one of yours. What do you think he's going to do to me if I let you go?
And I'm like, look,
my family.
And I tell him, and I'm like, see this? And I cast good berries.
Okay.
Cast good berries, and I'm like, you eat one of these, you're full for a day, and you regain your health. I can do so much more now that I am free to cast my magic and to help people. I can get you out of here as well as I'm going to get other people out of here.
I can't just leave my wife, my children. They're in the city.
Here's the thing.
The count will punch them. If I can't desert.
I'm not asking you to desert. I'm asking you to take them to a land that is true to the king and what is right. This land is wrong. This land is wrong. You could be the one to the king to tell him of the misdeeds. You can be the hero that this land needs. You can be the one, the spear point into a new, better direction. I need your help, though. I need you to be brave. I need you to do what is right despite your fears.
Give me a perception check. A persuasion check.
Okay.
Persuasion.
19.
19. Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. This has to stop. Someone has to stop. You know, the king.
Just so much abuse.
The king must know what's happening here. The prince, I suppose. Someone has to know. Someone in Orhaven, the capital. But I can't leave my daughter and my wife behind.
Then don't. Let's take them with you. Let's not put them at risk.
I suppose I could get some horses for us.
If you get horses, I'm going to get some other free people out of here. And I got to get, his name is like, he looks like One Eye.
Yes, One Eye.
He's also here to help you. Yeah, I'm going to get him out of here as well.
I can't help you with that.
Has he dealt?
I have to go get my family.
Okay. Okay, go get your family. And where are some horses that you might be?
Oh, there's a stable about 100 yards to the west. There's a couple of guards there, though. If you show up, they'll raise the alarm immediately.
Okay, well, there's going to be a...
The count he has some of his prize horses there as well. They're well guarded. I can get a horse or two, maybe, if I'm lucky.
Get the horse and two for your family. Then get yourself out first.
I've been here too long. The count, he turns everyone evil. He forces us.
You could be the force of change. You could be the wind of change that this nation needs. I'm sorry the burden is on you.
You have to tell them too. Where are you going?
Oh, there's a neighboring country, or not country, duchy. There's a neighboring duchy that One Eye mentioned.
Greenhill?
Greenhill, yes. Apparently it is.
Yes, it's a barony.
It's a barony. I'm sorry, I'm not very good with these.
You have to go south. It'll take you about a good hour. Once you move south, you'll pass through the fields and farms and such. You'll come to a forest. If you get through the plains, you'll have to walk through the forest a good another 3 or 4 hours. Then you'll come to a river. That's the border. That's the green river, the green water. On the other side, there's a small fortress on the other side, and Baron Valdemar's soldiers are there. If you get there, you should be safe. Baron Valdemar and the Count are enemies. We fought a couple of skirmishes in the last couple of years. Killed some of their men. They killed some of ours. Maybe the Baron can talk to the prince. But
yes, I do believe so. And you are a part of the evidence that needs to go against
Yes. Yes, I'll write for Orhaven with my family if I can.
All right.
All right. Well, we probably won't see each other anymore, I suppose, but good luck.
I hold out a hand to shake his hand.
He hesitates for a moment and then grabs it. My name is Gervin.
Makwa.
May whatever gods you believe in staying with you. And he turns and walks up the stairs.
And I grab like all those keys.
Yeah. Right.
Like you said, there's like a crossbow still, or did he grab it?
There is a crossbow. No, he didn't take it. He didn't take it. There's a shield and the crossbow, and about 10 crossbow bolts.
Okay, I grab all those.
All right.
And I quickly, but not like dead on sprint. I do still kind of want to keep quietly, but I am, it's definitely not diddle daddle. And I go and I try all the keys until the cell doors.
You find the right one for the door, and you also find the right ones for the manacles eventually. And after about 10 minutes or so, your companions are free.
And was there anybody else that was down here at this time?
As far as you know, you're not sure. I mean, the gnolls were down there. You're not sure
if there was like nobody that I heard or anything like that while scurrying around or anything.
No, not really, no.
Okay. I get everybody free, and I'm like, I'm not very... I can use the shield. You said it's a wooden shield?
It's a wooden shield, yes.
I'm like, I'm okay with this, but I'm not really great with it. Does anybody else feel that they are great with a wooden shield? Because like I said, I can use it. I'm okay, but like if someone's really great with it, I'd rather you have it. And I give good berries to our very new friend, Bauxite.
Okay.
And I'm like, eat these, eat them up. Get your health back.
Like one?
Or well, I mean, I got like 10 of them. They're 1 HP, and I don't know how many.
I know, but like they're very filling. Like you'd start puking them back out more than one, basically.
I'll eat one just because I think I was unconscious during the meal.
That is
and I'm just like, I hand one to everybody. I'm like, this is a good nourishment, good meal.
This is good.
Have it.
It's really filling. Like once you swallow down one, it's like having a full meal, basically, like a large meal, like an all-you-can-eat buffet, basically.
This is good, Makva. You have strange talents.
And so do you. I've not seen blood do that. It doesn't seem normal. But alas, we have a common enemy, so.
And I think
we must.
In you, I have found someone who I trust to oppose this brutality. Too often there is just one brutality replaced with another, but you, I feel, have a different objective. I don't know where, I don't know how much blood of Grumsh burns through you. You must have it, because I can see in your face and your features that we share a common ancestry. But you seem to have overcome it better than most, and I, for one, will be proud to work with you in your quest.
Let us free our friends, and let us leave this wretched place. Perhaps with a little bit of fire behind us. Burn this place down. Needs to be cleansed. This earth needs to be cleansed of this place.
I definitely can take care of the fire. And as the character says that, you see a rapier that seems to be partially made out of flame, partially made out of metal, just form in his hand.
All right. Rapier in his hand.
And as I'm kind of taken aback by it, I'm like, that was unexpected, but first, let's go to One Eye. We must. I made a promise to get him out. I tend to keep my promise.
Right, so who's taking the shield? Who's taking the crossbow?
I am trained with shields, and it is my usual fighting style. I would happily take the shield.
Then it
But I
is
can take
yours.
the crossbow.
All right. And with that, Bauxite's armor class goes up to 16, I believe.
Yep.
Actually, that's really 16? Oh, you're a barbarian, of course. Yeah, you
Yes.
have armed defense. That's why. Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
That makes sense. All right. And who's taking the crossbow?
Our fighter friend.
Yeah, I can take it.
All right.
Because I'm pretty sure I'm proficient in.
Yeah, you are. You are.
Those
It's a
are-
martial.
And you have, you said 10 crossbow bolts,
Yes,
correct?
10 bolts
Cool.
and a light crossbow.
Is that a
All right.
D8, if I remember correctly?
Oh, yeah,
light?
that is the 8
Okay.
damage. Correct. All
And
right.
I think it's 60, 120 on range.
Yeah, it shouldn't really matter, but yeah, I think something like that.
Okay.
If it comes up, we can look it up. Okay, so you guys make your way past all the cells and up the stairs to the first ground, like the first floor underground, the top underground floor, so to speak. You can see there's a torch. It's burning on the side. The rest of it.
I would have taken the lantern, but not had it lit, by the
Okay.
way.
Yeah, you can do that.
Would have turned it off because dark vision, don't
Yeah.
need it, but
It is-
still taking it.
Fairly quiet. You can't hear any voices, any footsteps down here.
Okay.
Guys,
Uh,
I'm pretty good at going to places quietly and stealthily. So if you wish, I can be 10, 15 feet ahead and scout ahead.
I didn't understand anything that you just said.
Yeah.
I
I'm
would.
scouting ahead.
Basically, character is good at stealth and is asking, will he be around 15 feet ahead to scout?
Okay.
Oh, 15 feet ahead. Okay.
So you're looking for, what are you looking for at the moment?
No, I'm just basically going forward stealthily so that I can warn the others of any threats that are.
Okay, so where are you walking? Are you walking further up the stairs to the ground floor? Okay, I see. Okay, if you go further upstairs, you come to this opening where you were led in. So you're now at the edge of the inner courtyard. You can see there are windows facing in, because it's an inner courtyard, right? There's buildings on 4 sides. Some of those windows, there's still a little bit of light. Most of them are dark. Opposite you, there's this large opening that leads out into the night, and next to that is the dog kennels. The dogs, from what you can tell, seem asleep. You don't hear or see any movement from there.
I signal the rest of the party that it's safe to go through. Just I motion them to keep it quiet.
Okay.
And I'm like, remember, our job here is to get One-Eyed out of here, and all of us quietly and safely. So stealthily move.
Okay. So you know where One-Eye's room is, so you can find that easily enough. It's like on 1 floor underground, basically, just 1 floor
Right.
up from the dungeon.
So whenever we get 1 floor up,
Yeah, you're already there.
okay. I knew we had the stairs. I didn't know if we're technically up there yet. Okay, cool. I give a knock 5 times, kind of like
The
on
door
the side of it.
pretty much instantly opens. I see. It's basically like he was standing right behind it. You can see his face peering out. It's you. You made it.
I told you.
Everything all right? No alarm?
Yeah.
He has like a small satchel on his back. He shuffles out. I can't move very fast.
I'm like, that's okay. Once we're outside, I'll turn into a horse and we can ride.
You need weapons?
If you got them, we'll take them.
He points down the corridor, and you see there's a bit of a larger door down there. He says, "They're in there. It's usually unlocked."
Is there usually a guard?
No. There's a guard patrolling upstairs, though. But otherwise, Did you kill the guard downstairs?
No, I did not. I hopefully convinced him that our task was noble and true.
Really?
I know it seems weird, but I think he understood what was going on here was illegal and against the rules of the kingdom.
Maybe.
And hopefully, he's on the side of the true prince.
Maybe he's just going to betray us any moment, so we should probably hurry it up. Grab.
Yeah. Either way, I agree.
Grab
We should hurry up.
any weapons you need, and let's get going.
Okay.
Do we need food, or can you provide more of those filling fruit?
We don't need food. We'll be fine without food. We need those weapons and tools. Let's go. I'm sorry. Quietly.
So what do you guys want to do?
I kind of gesture towards Kay, and I'm like, what? You said you I don't know what you did with magic, but you said you're good at stealthing ahead. Scout ahead. Make sure that door is not trapped.
Oh, no, he's already upstairs. You can't hear you. He's already gone up the stairs to keep an eye on.
Oh, he's gone.
On the courtyard.
Okay.
I'm basically keeping an eye in case the guard or anything.
Okay. All right. I start making the way towards the weapons, and once again, quietly and carefully.
Anyone coming with him?
I'll go with him.
Right.
I'm guarding his back.
All right. So you walk up. The door is quite heavy. It does not seem to be locked, though. It's even standing a little bit open. It's like one of those double wooden doors, basically.
I kind of take my hand and I'm just carefully feeling the inside of it. Make sure that there's like nothing loose that if I push the door open, it can get knocked over or anything like that.
Okay. No. Seems fine from a
And I open it slowly and carefully and look inside.
Mm-hmm.
What do we see?
It's a rather large room. It's fairly dark, but with your dark vision, you see there are spears, there are swords, crossbows. There's a few pieces of like chainmail armor and leather armor and such. It's basically an armory. Enough for probably about 30, 40 people.
Okay. I'm telling Mike, grab what you need quickly. And then, so I'm going to go ahead and I guess grab some leather armor.
Yep, you can do that.
And then, because you said there's leather and chain, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to grab some leather armor, and you said there's crossbows, spears, and what else?
There's crossbows, there's spears, there's a couple swords, couple halberds, that sort of stuff.
I'll take a bauxite.
And shields.
Bauxite considers a chainmail, but stealth is necessary, so he leaves it and just takes the longsword and straps it to a longsword and sheath and straps it to him because that's the most practical.
All right.
And he'll take a dagger as well if there is one.
There are daggers as well, yes. Krusk?
I'm going to take some leather. I think I'm going to take the war axe and then have the crossbow on my back.
All right, excellent.
All right, I'm going to take, once again, leather. I'm going to take a wooden shield and a spear and a dagger.
All right.
Actually, 2 spears.
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can carry it.
Okay.
Shouldn't be a problem.
And I do believe that will be it for me.
All right.
And then an additional dagger for the friend upstairs, just in case he wants one.
Sure. So you make your way up where Karagor is sort of standing, and you hand him a dagger.
Thank you.
I'm like, do you need to take it? Okay. It's not bad to have a backup. Do you see anything?
No, the dogs seem to be asleep, so we just have to be quiet and hope we will get through the yard without any issues.
While you're standing there, one of the doors actually on the side of the building opens, and a guard comes out with a torch, and he just crosses the inner courtyard, looking around a bit, but not really particularly diligent, and walks like out, basically, leaving the courtyard, walking outside.
I'm like, One Eye, lead us the way. We'll go at your pace.
A quick question. Are the kitchen stores handy?
The kitchen.
The kitchen? What? No, I said I can provide us all the food we need. I promise you that.
If we can find pepper or something, it will stop the dogs tracking us.
I see what you're saying.
I didn't think that's a
I'm like,
good idea.
I talked to one of the guards earlier, and he said he might be able to get a horse or two. So hopefully we'll outrun them.
Okay.
More than throw them off.
We need to. The faster we can get moving, and the further away we get before they realize we're going, the better. If we reach the river,
I agree.
it doesn't matter if they know where we're going.
I agree.
Quicker the better. And I don't think they're gonna follow us across that line either if they know it's good for them.
I heard it's about 3-4 hours south. So as long as we get a bit of a jump, we should be good.
5, I think. We'll get there before. Shit, we won't get there before sun up, but we'll get there soon after. Let's get going before that guard comes back.
And once again, I kind of like almost give him like my shield to like put an arm on to help him.
All right, yeah, he will gladly do that. He will gladly grab hold one of your arms so you can help him. He's not be able to move. He's moving at half speed basically.
Right, that's fine. So we hobble together, let him lead us the way since he obviously knows this place and knows the way out perfectly. I figured he would be the best.
As you are passing by the door that the guard came out of, like that still standing half open, you can hear a voice mumbling something like voice seems vaguely familiar and kind of sounds drunk. And One Eye freezes and says, "It's Oleg. He's awake."
I kind of whisper, I'm like, ignore him. He will pay for his crimes later. Stealth and freedom right now is more important than vengeance.
All right. If you say so.
Just lead us out. We got your back.
He looks at the others, the other three. Sort of askins, whatever that word is.
Asking.
We will be back to right this crime.
What? I mean, you're the one who was beaten up by him. All right. If you think it's best, then let's go.
Yeah, it's best to leave him. Let's go.
You sort of stumble past and past the dog kennels. And as you do stumble past, you hear at least one of the dogs seems to be awake. You hear like a quiet growl as you stumble past. But the wolf, the dog does not seem to be raising an alarm or anything like that. But you do sense that one eye on your arm sort of hesitates. And he says, "I don't want to mess with these beasts. We need to hurry. They're not loud. They're not barking much, but their bite is worse."
Let's keep going.
Okay, you leave this courtyard behind, and there's several other buildings, and you can see there's maybe 1 or 2 guards walking in between, but they're not particularly fast, nor particularly on guard as such. So you can very easily avoid them and make your way south, out of the outskirts. So this is the outskirts of the city of Silvar. You can see a lot of like small lights in the distance as some people in the city, despite like it being 3 o'clock in the morning or so, are still awake. But that's several hundred yards to your north. And this is basically the southern outskirts of the city where this arena has been built. And for what you can see now, there's a little bit of moonlight, and you can see basically fields with a few like small cottages. And then beyond that, just like large plains in front of you.
Question, how far away is the amphitheater?
The what?
The actual amphitheater, the arena.
The arena is maybe about 100 yards behind you or so.
Never mind that. If it was close enough, I would burn it, but not close enough.
So I ask One Eye, I'm like, so where are the stables at? Are they nearby by any chance?
Stables are that way, but they're guarded.
Okay. All right. It would be best if we left them alone. I was told they were guarded as well.
I think so.
But you're going to be slowing us down. So once you think we're completely out of sight of guards or anything like that, let me know.
We should be now. There's no guards here amongst the farmhouses.
I'm like, who's the fastest one? Who's the fastest person on foot? And as I'm like, who of you is very fast and who's not?
I'm fairly average at running.
I'm not.
I'm average too.
Yep,
Okay.
speed of 30.
All right. Well,
I can.
is there any other?
I can run for a long time, but not particularly fast.
One Eye, is there any way to get something fast for these other ones? I can get you out of here quickly, but I don't want to leave them behind.
I mean, if we don't want to take out like 2 or 3 guards at the stables, not really. The horses would slow us down in the forest anyway. Once we get into the forest, we're fairly safe, I think.
Well, get ready to ride my back. And I look at everybody and I'm just like, get ready to run. And that's when I shapeshift right in front of everybody into a war horse.
All right.
Wow.
One Eye sort of stumbles back a bit. Oh, that's handy. Can someone help me up?
I'll help him up.
Okay, you sort of more or less lift him. Just one good leg. It's kind of hard to climb. Lift him up, and he sort of hugs your neck, just holding on for dear life. All right, let's get going. Just that way.
And I start going.
Yeah, right. So what speed do you want to go? Like you just
I'm
shooting out of there?
I'm not going to go the full 60. I mean, I'll be going pretty fast, but trying to not draw attention. So,
but like, do you want to leave the other 3 behind? Because
I might be a little ahead, but I'm not going to leave them behind.
Okay, I see. All right, so you guys, what speed are the rest of you guys going? Are you trying to
I
like
said it's
walk
a
out?
march rather than stealth. We're in the dark, and cover us for stealth. Let's just try and get some distance.
All right.
Caragor is going to move quickly enough to not walk, but not fast enough to get tired after 30 seconds. Basically jogging. A bit faster than that.
Okay, so jogging, right? Okay.
Yeah, same with Crustkilled. Kind of have like a hunched jog to try to keep him down.
All right. Excellent.
A fast pace. Yeah.
You are moving past dark farmhouses. People are asleep out there, trampling across fields, 2 or 3 times leaping across like small bushes or like fences and such. There's a few animals here and there, like herds of cows and sheep and such, but they don't show much attention to you. So a couple of times dogs bark at you, but this must be a fairly common occurrence, dogs barking. No one seems to be starting to check or coming to check, especially because you're moving fast, fairly fast anyway. And you leave the city far behind you, running for a good half an hour to 45 minutes. And you can see now in front of you, there's just this mass of darkness, which is the edge of the forest, a very, very large looking forest that you're heading straight into. And just as you are about to reach the forest, you can hear behind you a loud sound piercing the darkness. Do, 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 do. Some sort of horns echoing across the night.
You said that's coming from within the forest or from
It's coming
behind
from
us?
behind you.
Okay. And of course, I'm just like, I neigh and like trot a little faster.
How long can you stay in horse form, by the way?
An hour.
Okay, so that's you're getting to the end.
Yeah, I figured my character's goal was get to the forest.
Yeah, you are now. You can see the forest is only maybe 200, 300 yards away from you. You can see it in the moonlight. the edge
Oh
of the
yeah.
forest.
And I kind of I look back, and I just kind of like nay, and I just like move my head and like start going faster to signal
Alright.
to everybody.
Yeah, the one eye goes, they must have found out that we're ran off, or maybe that guard betrayed us or something. We need to keep going. Come on, keep up.
I'm
As we-
trying to keep up.
All right.
As we travel, I'll be looking round to see if I can see any wild garlic or any other aromatic, sort of strong-smelling wild herbs
Do you have
to
a
lead us
proficiency
through.
in the survival or nature skill?
I have survival.
Okay, in that case, you can give me a roll. Yes.
But because it's night, because we're traveling fast, they suggest a -5 to passive wisdom. So I'll apply it to the same, shall I?
Well, I'll just give you a disadvantage.
Because
Okay. I was about to say
I'll just give you
the way
disadvantage.
that works is it's
Yeah.
-5
Okay.
to your passive check,
I
but
get a
since you're
9.
actively looking,
Yeah, it's an active check. Yeah, definitely. No, you don't find anything. You're moving too fast. You don't have time to look around. If you had time, if you want to take a couple minutes, you could probably find something, but not in the way you're moving at the moment.
Yep.
All right. You have now entered the forest, which is not too dense so far, but as you are pushing in deeper, it seems to be getting a bit denser. And luckily, or well, I don't know if you would call it luckily, your horse form runs out anyway.
it's one of these things I kind of know when the time's coming, and I lay down, and I look back, and it's like kind of nod the head off.
It takes, pushes himself off, like holding on to a tree.
And when I revert back, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm spent. My magic is all gone.
Well, we need to keep moving. Can someone help me?
Yep.
I'll
And
help
once
him.
again,
I'll carry him if needs be.
All right. Yeah, he's not particularly heavy. I mean, he's a fairly malnourished halforc, older, slightly malnourished halforc. So, I mean, what's your strength, Voxite?
It's only 14.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, you'll be able to help him a bit, but not for very long.
Yep.
I was about to say, and I can't necessarily carry him well, but I definitely do try to help him. So it's like if Bauxite needs a rest, I'll be there to
All right.
give a hand.
All right. Well, he will still be slowing you down. I mean, you'll be you'll speed him up, but you'll be maybe moving at maybe about 20-foot pace, so to speak.
Uh-huh.
Maybe 2/3 of the speed you could be traveling. He's like, while you are helping him, he's like, he looks around and he realizes the same thing, and you can see there's a bit of fear in his eyes. He's like, you're not gonna leave me behind, are you? You promised.
I'm like, we've been carrying you quite literally. If we were going to leave you behind, we would have left you a long time ago.
All right, good. Wait, you keep going.
Can we make him like a makeshift stretcher or something?
Some wood. Maybe. What would you be using for that sort of thing?
If there's a couple of logs or something. Because I mean, it might be a little quicker for 2 people to carry him.
Well, then let's have 2 people carrying them instead of spending time making unless there's a lot of materials.
Like a stretcher would definitely help. But I mean, you'd have to build one out of something. Like you're in the forest, so there's plenty of wood, but it's not like you could just snap your fingers and the stretcher appears.
Right.
So what do you think would be quicker and easier?
If it's only 4 hours, I think we should push on. They'll probably catch us eventually, but we'll deal with them if they catch us up. We'll discourage them.
Okay.
And not to mention, I can slow them down a little bit, hopefully. But it'll just be for a little bit.
All right.
If they catch up to us, if they catch up, we can split up and you can leave me behind and I'll distract them so you can escape. if they catch up.
We're not leaving anybody behind. Let's just keep moving quickly. We'll take turns carrying them, if need be.
All right. Anyone else wants to help? Or is it Makwa and Bauxite mostly doing the work, the carrying?
I'll definitely help carry as well.
What's your strength?
16.
Okay, well, you're actually pretty strong. Yeah, you can definitely chip in and help out a bit as well. And between the three of you, you lose a little bit of speed, but it's not terrible as such. As you like, one of you helps them for 10 minutes, and the other one takes over and such. However, the three of you, nonetheless, because it is still exhausting, and you have been fighting and all that, and not sleeping or eating very well, give me a Constitution saving.
Whoa, we ate really well recently. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, one meal. Give me a Constitution saving throw, the three of you. Karagor is fine because he doesn't carry anyone.
Karagor does not seem strong enough to carry anyone.
All right, that's an 8, 10,
I got an 18.
and an 18.
I don't know why. There.
So
I got 10.
after several hours, Makwa is getting fairly tired. You will take 1 level of exhaustion, Makwa.
Okay. As soon as I feel that I'm like super exhausted and everything like that, and I'm like, this needs to be gone. And I can, let me see if it actually, lesser restoration. I forget if in 5e, if it gets rid of exhaustion or if that's only.
Nope, it does not.
3.5.
No.
Okay.
Getting rid of
Nothing
exhaustion is
good.
actually very difficult.
Yep.
No,
So
that's fine.
yeah, you're like, you can still continue, but you feel like you're tired. It basically gives you disadvantage on all skill checks, not attack rolls or saving throws, just skill checks. Nonetheless,
Okay.
you are slowing down a bit and just out of breath and just generally tired. You want a good night's sleep and a decent meal. The sooner
Right.
the better, basically.
Right.
And nonetheless, it doesn't seem like the enemy is catching up to you. Hour upon hour passes, and slowly the sky above you seems to be turning this reddish gold as the sun is creeping up and casting the first rays across the sky. And then you see in front of you, only a couple hundred yards, the edge of the forest. It's still dark mostly, but the sky is already lit, so you can see fairly well.
This is very, very suspicious. There's no sign of chase or any kind.
We made it. The river is not far. If we get through the river, we're safe.
I agree. We're not out of the woods yet.
Let me just scout ahead if there's an ambush or anything. They're faster than dogs. And they have horses. We should at least check.
Yeah. Okay. Check. All right. Don't see horses, don't see dogs. Let's get them across.
Yep.
Can you swim?
As you're moving in towards the edge of the forest, you can see there's about maybe 100 yards or so between the edge of the forest and the river. It's a wide river, but it's a slowly moving one. And on the other side of the river, there is what looks to be a small fortress that's just now being lit up by the first rays of the sun. However, between you and the river, there's a group of horsemen standing there. It looks like they're waiting for you, pretty much. And you immediately recognize one figure, well, two figures really. One of them is the large armored knight that you threw an arm at. And the other one is Jervina, the elf.
I'm like, we should just avoid them. Let's go around. We'll lose some time, but we should stay quiet.
Give me a stealth check, everyone. Okay, yeah, forget that. Scratch the stealth check.
You know what? Some people might not get seen.
That is correct. Well, fair enough. Yeah, that's correct. guys?
I'm
Stealth
just-
check.
Cross.
Yeah, stealth is 22.
15.
15. Borkside.
Well, I'm trying to get it in the character sheet, but it's just not. For some reason, my passive perception is blanking it out, so I can't actually roll stealth. So I'll just roll a d20.
Yep, that's fair.
14, 15.
Okay. So
Yeah,
it
plus
looks
minus.
like, it looks like actually the only one who is seen is Makva. As you're like talking, you look up and you see from across the area and on his horse, Gervina the elf is staring straight at you and points and says, there's one of the savages. And you can see off to the side, there is a guy with a longbow in his hand who's holding 3 of these large wolf-like dogs on a leash. And he immediately releases them. He says, go get them! And the 3 dogs like, and start running towards you.
And I actually go the opposite direction of everybody else, as I kind of like say,
We are in initiative now, so we'll see what happens. So Gervina the elf is up at the top of the initiative order. He will ride a bit closer to the forest, and he will grab his loot and hold it in one hand. And that's all. Karagor is up next. What do you want to
Right,
do?
so Karagor is going to. How far exactly are they, the horsemen, not the dogs?
Sorry?
How far away are the horsemen?
The horseman would be about 100 feet from you.
Right. In that case, well, Karagor is going to climb a tree.
Okay, so just so you are aware, so there's, you can see, there seems to be, in total, a group of about 7 or so horsemen. One of them is the knight, Sir Quentin. One of them is Gervina, the half-elf. And then there's 5 guards, basically, 5 chainmail guys dressed in chainmail. And they are already, like, seem to be leaping off the horses to run into the forest on foot. These horses are not like war horses, so they wouldn't be very, very well suited to ride in battle. And then there's the guy with the longbow and the 3 dogs. So you have quite a bunch of enemies, about a dozen or so in total.
In that case, it's still somewhat dark, right?
Yes, it is still somewhat dark in the forest, especially out of the forest. It's already quite light.
In that case, Karagor is going to signal the group to follow him, move about 30 feet, basically out of the range of dark vision of anyone, and then he's going to cast darkness. As it's already dark, they possibly
All right.
see that there's a spell there, so they could theoretically pass without being seen.
Okay, so well, I mean, the darkness that you are summoning is deeper than the one in the forest. It's like a black cloud of smoke, basically.
Basically, I'm not casting so that it's really high. I'm casting low to the ground, so that you need to be crouched to actually be in that darkness, if possible.
Okay, sure.
Right.
I mean, it's still what's the range? Sorry, what's the radius of darkness?
It's 20 feet, I think. 1 second.
I think it's 15, but
Yeah, I'm checking right now.
Well, it's anyway.
50 feet
Either way,
radius,
it is
30 feet diameter.
a 30 feet. Yeah, so it's a pretty big cloud. It's very unlikely that the enemy will miss that completely.
In that case, could I? How far away is the river?
The river is about 300 feet from the edge of the forest.
Right, in that case, I will not do that. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll try to. Oh, I have an idea. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'll ready my action to cast command on the first 2 guards who show up.
Okay, that works. The guy with the longbow notches an arrow and runs after the dogs, basically, and just like looking around to see if he can see someone. Yeah, he does spot Makwa, and he will release an arrow through the air in your direction. Because you are in cover, I will give him disadvantage, and that makes him miss. The arrow hits a tree next to you. Krusk, you're up next.
I'm gonna pull up my crossbow.
Yeah.
And try to shoot that archer.
All right, go for it.
16 to hit.
Sorry?
16.
16 hits.
And I believe that's a D8, right, for damage for the crossbow?
Plus your dexterity modifier, if you have any.
So a 6 plus 2, which is 8.
All right. Yeah, the arrow takes him in the arm. The crossbow bolt takes him in the arm. He stumbles back, bleeding. They're all here. Anything else, Krusk?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Makwa, you're up next. You're muted.
Thank you, sorry. I definitely get behind cover as I definitely want to avoid more of that incoming fire.
All right.
But as such, I bring up my shield and I cast bark skin while moving towards the fact that I feel that everybody now has been spotted. I actually move towards my friends while standing.
So bark skin gives you an armor class of 16, right?
Yes. So with the shield, it's 18.
Does that stack?
Yes.
Okay.
With shields.
With shields,
yeah,
yes.
with armor.
But not.
Yeah. That makes sense. All right. Excellent. Bauxite, you're up next.
Bauxite just takes position next, forms a shield wall next to Mukva, and he'll take the defensive action, just trying avoiding.
All right, the dodge, you mean?
Yeah, dodge.
All right, excellent. The hounds, all three hounds are running towards Makwa and Bauxite at the moment, and they will be able, not quite be able to reach you yet. They're running into the forest. You can see the three shaggy, brown, black-furred things snarling and breaking through the brush, coming towards you. Sir Quentin will ride up to the forest with its horse in a burst of speed and leap off the horse, draw his great sword, and shout into the forest, "Come and face me, creatures!" That's his turn. The guards will follow him and also start leaping off their horses. Two of them are loading crossbows. The other three are getting their shields and spears ready to enter the forest, basically. Zarag, One Eye, will just drop to the ground and like crawl under a bush, basically, as to get out of the fighting at the moment. Jervina will also approach, but he is the one. He actually does stay on his horse, and he stays behind the knight and the guards. And he will point at Makwa, and he will say, "You foul creature! How dare you show your face to your betters? You should go off and die." And you feel a burst of magic shooting off his fingers and hitting you. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Sorry, charisma saving throw.
Charisma? Okay. I thought, so not a button. Jesus, these rolls.
All right, you have disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws until the start of his next turn. As you're like, there's like a shockwave bursting through your head, and you just hear his words echoing and like bouncing off the inside of your skull. Carragher, you're up next.
All right, so Carragher, considering that, well, no one came in right for his first command, he will attempt to, does it look like he's been seen?
No one seems to know you, have seen you.
Right. He is going to, how many of them, if I cast darkness directly on them, how many could I catch in the air?
You could catch all 5 of the guards plus the knight.
I'm going to do exactly that.
All right. You mumble arcane incantations, and this cloud of black, icky darkness envelops the place where Sir Quentin and his 5 guards and their horses were just a moment ago. And you can hear the horses like, and the guards shouting in confusion from inside the cloud.
That's it. And I moved up to the very edge of the forest and attempted to stealth it, although it will probably not.
All right. Cross. No, sorry. Give me a. Let's see. The scout, the huntsmaster, basically stumbling backwards, ripping out the crossbow out of his hand, will actually spot you, Carragher, and he will loose 2 arrows from his longbow in your direction.
All right. Am I under cover?
You are under cover, yes. I'll say maybe half cover. That is 1 hit, 1 miss.
All right.
Let's see. You take 7 points of damage as one of the arrows strikes you in the chest and then bounces off your shadow armor, but still leaving behind a bit of a small wound.
Ouch.
Krusk, you're up next. 3 hounds are only about maybe... Actually, sorry, no, you are off to the side a bit. They're not attacking you. They're running towards Bauxite and Makwa.
I'm going to try to hit that archer again with another bolt.
Okay.
All right, awesome. Rolled a natural 1.
You shoot the crossbow bolt like into a tree that's like right next to you, basically, to your left. All right. Anything else?
No, unfortunately, that's it.
All right, Makwa, you're up next.
I attempt to keep moving towards the group and that river.
Sorry, and the what?
The river. So I figured, aren't they on the edge of the woods? They said moving.
Yes. So you're on the edge of the forest. The group is basically at the edge of the forest. The enemy is between you and the river, and behind the enemy there's like a stretch of land, and then there's the river.
Right.
So you could try to run around, but the dogs will definitely catch up to you. They're much faster than you are.
Well, yeah. Like I said, I'm moving towards the allies who are about to.
Well, Bauxite is already standing next to you.
Oh, is he?
Tusk
Okay.
is maybe like 10, 15 feet off to the side. And you're not sure where Carragher is. You've sort of lost.
Okay.
A bit.
As I see Bauxite, I am going to hold an action to. I see the 3 dogs. They're running like pretty much side by side.
And yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And they're pretty much running towards me.
Yeah.
I am ready to cast Thunder Wave. So when all 3 of them are within, basically right next to me, I'm just gonna blow them away.
Excellent.
Or at least that's how my character's looking at it.
Yeah, that works definitely. Bauxite.
Bauxite will, not knowing what he's planning to do, he will try and intercept, get between the dogs and.
You could even attack the dogs if you want. They're only about maybe 20-ish feet away, 20, 25 feet away.
I'll just try and sort of intercept the first dog. So it has to run round me anyway. It will. I don't know actually. No, I don't know what he's doing. So I'm just going to take position next to
you would see me like.
Yeah, you would see him starting to channel something and like getting ready to unleash something.
Yep.
And as soon as you walk by, and I'd probably. I'd literally say wait.
And I'll ready an action to. I'll ready an action to attack the first dog that comes within range, but I'm 5 foot at Makvar's side.
All right. Okay. The hounds run towards all 3 of them, like side by side, and they are now in reach of the potential thunder wave. Their muscles are tensing. They're getting ready to leap towards you. 2 of them seem to be going for Makwa, and 1 of them is going for Bauxite.
The 2 I would blast away, I guess.
Oh, you can blast all 3 of them.
I would blast all 3 then.
Yeah, they're close enough.
Doesn't Thunder Wave affect everybody? It'll affect me as well.
It does affect everybody. That's why my character, when you would run, I'd be like, wait. Literally that one word. I'd be like, wait. If you'd adhere it or not, I don't know.
I don't think I heard it or anything. I'm just going to play this the way, yes. So it doesn't matter.
In that case, you have to roll a Constitution saving throw, I believe, right?
It is a Constitution saving throw.
And
Not to get. And the DC is 12.
All 3 hounds fail.
And they get pushed back 10 feet.
And I'm thrown from you and prone.
So how much damage did they take? It's like
9.
9 damage. All right. All 3 hounds look severely injured after this. After they're like flung through the air. One of them lands in a bush. The other one smacks against a tree. The other one, the third one, just rolls across the ground. And they come up to their feet, and that's it, pretty much. That's their turn. Sir Quentin is in the darkness, so you can just hear him shouting, "What devilry is this? Gervina! Help!" And he's like, yeah, you can just hear him moving in the darkness. The guards, let's see. One of the guards actually managed to find his way out of the darkness, like stumbling around basically, and stumbles into the forest, looks around and sees you guys, and will take a shot at Krusk with his crossbow. Misses though, by a fair bit. Gervina will, well, you don't know what he's doing. There's a cloud of darkness in between you and him. No idea.
Well, I can actually see through that.
Oh, you can. That is correct.
Yes.
So you can actually see what he's doing. He seems to be casting some sort of protective spell on himself. You can see him moving a bit, and he's like playing a little ditty on his lute, and there's like a bluish aura that surrounds him now. All right. That was Gervina. Karagar, your turn.
How far away Jarvina is?
He would be from you about maybe 40 feet-ish.
40 feet. And Quentin?
Oh, you see Quentin, of course. Quentin is about maybe 25 feet away from you.
In that case, I'm going to run up to Quentin, and I'm going to strike him with my one.
All right, go for it. And you have advantage because he's
Yes.
blinded technically.
Yes.
All right, so you're running into the darkness, ducking under one of the guards. He's like stabbing around the darkness easily, and then go for the knight.
So that's a 24, and 9 points of piercing damage.
All right, you stab him in the leg, running in. Ah! What the?
And can I use the while attacking with rapier to attack with the dagger that I forgot who gave it to me?
I don't.
That's a bonus action.
No, you have to have a light weapon.
2 lights.
Rapier isn't light.
Oh, I just thought it needed to be light in the off time. Never mind.
I don't think you can, no.
Okay, never mind then.
A rapier is not a light weapon. I know it's weird, but that's how it is in D&D 5.
Alright. Okay, that's my turn.
That was Kurger's turn. The archer will, well, he'll shoot at Krusk. And then he will, after he shot 2 arrows at Krusk, he will drop prone onto the ground. A 1 hit, Krusk. And you take 9 points of damage as the arrow hits you in this, like in between where the shoulder and the chest meet. You got that? All right, and the archer like basically drops prone onto the ground, trying to get some cover from your crossbow bolts. Krusk, you're up next.
How far is this archer from me?
Maybe 40 feet-ish.
Okay, then I think I'm going to take aim at the one guard that found his way out of the darkness.
Yep, go for it.
That's going to be... Oh, I don't think that's going to make it 10.
No. He swerves to the side, leaps out behind a tree, and the crossbow bolt flies and disappears in the darkness behind him. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, Makwa.
All right. So the three wolves, they're still down.
Yeah, no, they have regained their footing. Like they stood back up. They had enough movement left to do that.
Okay.
But
Bauxite still down, right?
Bauxite is prone. Yes.
Okay. I'm like, Bauxite, move again. I said, move behind me, and I step forward, and I'm actually ready to cast a spell. So whenever he's out of the range, I'll cast on the three
Okay.
wolves.
Bauxite's up. You're up next, Bauxite.
Bauxite staggers up from the ground, hearing this recommendation by Mekvar, and he doesn't need telling twice. He looks around, spotting, basically spotting the archers, and gets to a position where there's a tree trunk between him and any archer. Just gets full cover from any archers, and readies an action to attack anything if it closes in on him.
All right.
And as soon as it happens, once again, I cast.
Thunderwave.
Once again, a DC 12, another wave. Yep.
All right. Yeah. All three dogs are just flung dead and broken away into the bush.
And once again, it is as I do it. It's like I look at Bauxite, and it is actually with a bit of sorrow that I did it.
Yeah. It's like.
So once again.
And the archer who sort of peeks up and sees that, no, you're gonna die for that. Sir Quentin will now blindly slash twice against his opponent. Misses the first one and misses the second one. 2 slashes through the air. But Karigar, you're leaping to the side, dancing around him, and he doesn't really know where you are.
Well, he does because Karigar just chuckles a bit. That's it.
The guards... all 4 of the other guards are still stumbling around the darkness. The one that's made it out will actually drop his crossbow. He'll draw a short sword, a shield, and he will run at Krusk, engaging him in melee. Running up through the brush and trying to stab you. And no misses, though. You block the attack with your crossbow that you're holding in your hand. Blocking his short sword. Jervina. He will look over to the archer who's on the ground and shoot a quick healing spell in his direction. Get up, Bernhard, and kill them. Carragher, your turn.
All right, so Karigar, still looking at Lion Quentin, is just going to attempt to strike him once more.
All right.
1 second. So that's 19.
Yeah, hits. Once again, you pierce through his plate armor.
5 piercing damage.
All right.
And yeah, that's it.
The archer gets back up and loses 2 arrows at Makwa. Your armor class is 18 at the moment, right? Yeah, he does not hit. One of them hits your shield, the other one just shatters across the bark skin.
So just kind of look at him, and once again, it's just like I just shake my head, no.
Krusk, you're up next.
All right, I'm going to attack the guy that just charged at me.
All right. What are you using?
I'm going to switch to my battle axe.
All right.
Crit.
19.
Hits.
And then I'm also going to do the trip attack as well.
All right. He succeeds, actually, the saving throw, but he's probably dead already anyway.
6 damage.
Plus the superiority die.
And that is 8.
8 in total? Or 8 plus 6?
8 plus 6.
All right, yeah, you chop
14.
you chop the guy's leg off basically,
Nice.
and he just and falls over and
But you didn't trip the guy.
bleeding out. Yeah, he didn't fall from the trip; he just fell and died. All right, should have stayed in the darkness, I suppose. Makwa, you're up next.
All right, so I see this blanket of darkness. The bard's
like
gone.
outside.
Those guards are gone. I
Yeah.
see the archer currently as the only
Only one?
target.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only target you can see. Yeah, because
All right.
he's behind the darkness, you can't see him.
Right. And so, how far is the archer?
From you, about 40, 45 feet, something like that.
Okay. Now, I forget in 5th edition, is there a defensive action?
Yes, you can use dodge, which gives the enemy disadvantage if he attacks you.
Okay. So, all right. As I move towards the archer,
Yeah.
I kind of move like the 30 feet, and I have the shield up and the spear in like a
You're
defensive
moving
position.
out of the forest now.
That is correct.
All right.
And once again, it's like in a defensive position.
Okay. And you also see now, as you're sort of moving past the darkness, you can see Jarvina on his horse, maybe about 25 feet to your sort of diagonally to your right.
Okay.
Who's Jabina? Is he the child?
No, he's an elf. He's the guy who made the colors, basically.
Yes.
Damn bard.
Yeah, the bard, exactly.
I mean, not the bard. Bard.
That was Makwa. Bauxite, you're up next.
Bauxite will spot where One Eye is, and
okay, yeah, he's crawled under a bush, like looking around.
Yep. Well, and pick him up.
No, leave me! What are you doing?
And start saying, "I'm getting you out of here." And using the dodge action as best I can, carrying this guy, I'll make my way towards the horse that Quentin leapt off.
That's in the darkness.
Did he? I thought he jumped off the horse and then went into the forest. But if it's in the darkness, then I'll just
rode up on the horse to the edge of the forest and then jumped off, and then everything was enveloped by the darkness.
But they all arrive. I think you said when the first. Okay, not that horse then, but there are other horses, aren't there?
Yeah, but they're like further towards the river. You'd have to run all the way past. That's like 200 feet or something like that, or 100, maybe 150 feet.
I'll start.
Okay, sure. So you're carrying One Eye over your shoulder, run out of the forest, and start like running around the darkness to the horses that are standing.
Yes.
Like 2 or 3 horses are standing there. All right, you can now also see Jarvina as you have running around the darkness, and he's like, "They're trying to escape. Follow the sound of my voice." He's shouting. Yeah, Sir Quentin, 2 swings in the darkness, trying to finally hit his attacker. Yeah, that's a hit this time. Karagor, you take 12 points of slashing damage.
Ouch.
As Sir Karagor's greatsword smacks you in the side. And second attack. A second attack's an actual one. So he trips and nearly loses his greatsword, falling down onto one knee. Ugh, shit. Concentration check, please.
Yes, I just did concentration save. 17.
Excellent. The darkness is still up.
Yes.
That was Sir Quentin. We have the guards. Well, the 4 guards. Correction, 3 of the guards make it out of the darkness at the back, basically, following the sound of the bard's voice. One of them is still stumbling around somewhere inside the cloud. That was their turn. Jarvina will point at Bauxite, and he'll say, "You think you can escape this easily? You are weak and unworthy." As he uses vicious mockery against you and mocks you viciously. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I guess I'm this second. Straight, just a straight D20. Nope.
All right.
So yeah, the words cut me.
4 points of psychic damage, and you have disadvantage on the next attack roll you make. All right. That was Gervina's turn. He will also move a bit away with this horse, not to get too close to any of you. Carragher, you're up next.
Carragher is going to attack Quentin, and then he's going to take. He's going to move 5 feet backwards so that Quentin, when he swings next time, does not hit him.
However, Quentin will take an attack opportunity against you.
He does not see me.
That doesn't matter. He doesn't have to see you. He knows that you are sort of there, and he can hear you retreating.
It's disadvantage, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, I lost sound for a moment. Could you repeat what you said?
I said he doesn't have to see you. That's why he has disadvantage, but he can still attack you. He knows that you are sort of in the area because you've been attacking him from that area, and he can also hear you.
Oh, in that case, I am just going to stab him.
Oh, whatever you did, just fixed your microphone. It sounds much better now.
Oh, well, in that case, it was probably just a bad contact.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so I'm going to stab him with a rapier.
All right, go for it. With advantage, of course. 24, yes.
That's a 24. 24, so 4 points of piercing damage.
4, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he still looks all right. I mean, he's bleeding, but he's definitely still fighting on.
All right.
You want to move back or no?
No.
All right. Bernard, the scout, will shoot 2 arrows into the druid that is coming towards him. With disadvantage, both of them. Misses. Misses. Both arrows are blocked by your shield.
Yep.
Shit! Shit! And he starts like moving backwards a bit. Krusk, your turn.
I'm gonna take another shot at the guy that's attacking me with my battle axe.
He's dead. You killed him last turn.
Oh, I thought he was still like hobbling around with one leg.
No, he's dead. I mean, he's
all right then.
Dead, but he's like on the ground and bleeding out, so he's out of the fight.
Awesome. Then I'm gonna move towards the other archer. I believe the one that's still like he's pretty wounded.
No, he was healed actually, but he was wounded. So you run around the darkness. You can dash if you want. You could get to him if you dash.
Yep, I'll do that. That way,
All right,
if he tries to move out, I'm going to get that attack of opportunity.
Run around the darkness, the cloud of darkness, and run past Makwa, who was also going towards the same enemy, and get to him as he's retreating backwards, reloading an arrow.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm
Makwa,
going to do.
you're up next. You're muted.
As I see my comrade right next to the target, I charge the target as well, attempting to hit with the spear for 15 hit.
A 15? Yeah, that hits, yeah.
Okay.
And
then it does
1 point away. Okay.
Does anybody else notice that spent 3 ones on the spear attack for damage? Come on.
That's why you use your own dice.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do? Bonus action or anything like that?
So unfortunately, I do not have a bonus action I can take this time.
Bauxite.
Bauxite, hurt by the cutting words of this. I can't remember his name.
Doesn't matter. He's a half elf.
Damned half elf.
Yeah, this pretty boy puts down one eye and says, "Yeah, we are not as pretty as you. We are brutes. But if there's one good thing that brutes are good at, it is combat. if you think you are better and you can slay us, come and bring it on. And I am basically just when he's close to within 60 feet, I am swearing a vow of enmity on him.
He's about maybe 45 feet away from you, so you can do that now if you want to.
Yep. That's my action for this round.
His eyes go a bit wider.
And I'm closing. And just a second. And as a bonus action, I'll include in that placing a hunter's mark on him.
All right.
So one was channeling. Oh, I can channel and do a bonus spell.
Yeah. It's not a spell. Like your vow of enmity is not a spell. You can do that with a spell. Yes. All right. His eyes go a little wider as he sees the magic coming, or feels the magic, and then he gives you an angry frown and says, "If you wish to challenge me, so be it." Sir Quentin, still swinging away in the darkness. Misses one. That will be a hit, I believe. 16 is your armor class. Yes, that is a hit.
I will immediately use Hellish Rebuke.
All right, but first you take... first you take 11 points of slashing damage.
All right.
And then you can do that. That's a dexterity saving throw from him.
Yes.
That is a fail.
DC 13. Cast... Wait, one. It's aiming to cast at which level? 1 second. I manually entered the damage too. Never mind. Give me a second.
Yep, sure.
So that's 2d10, not 3d10. All right. That's that. Okay. So level 2, submit.
3d10, you said? Isn't it 2d10?
Because I'm a warlock, I always use the highest spell slot, which means I'm using it as a level 2 spell.
But this is a racial feature, isn't it?
No, I'm not a tiefling.
Oh, you're using it as a warlock spell. Oh, yeah, you're not a tiefling. What am I thinking about? Of course, yeah.
So,
so you're playing with warlocks that are tiefling. Like every Hellish Rebuke is a tiefling thing. Okay, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So how much damage is that in total?
18 altogether.
All right. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it looks a little rough now. 18.
Just a little rough. Aww.
And from the darkness, you can hear a terrifying howl, like a really, really deep voice, like "Whoa!" basically.
He also shit! As fire flickers into his armor and his flesh starts cooking underneath. However, you also have to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh yes, to continue the darkness.
Correct.
Okay. Let's do this. Come on, don't betray me now. Damn it.
The darkness disappears, and you
had to say something,
guys, to see the flame coming out of the wound of the warlock's wound and striking into Sir Quentin, who stumbles back a bit as like parts of his flesh are cooked basically under the armor. Yeah, he looks pretty heavily injured now.
So do I.
Very angry. Very angry.
So do I.
That was Sir Quentin's turn. Now all the guards can move and shoot and stuff because the darkness is gone. So the 4 of them, one's dead, look around, and the one that was in the darkness will instantly close with you, Karagor, and try to stab you with his short sword, helping his boss, basically. Yeah, that hits. And you
no need to roll. I'm down.
Okay, so what happened? 6 points. So
Yes,
the guard runs in.
Yeah, basically what they hear is a howl and then me dropping down as the darkness dissipates.
He stabs you in the back. The guard runs up and stabs you in the back with the short sword. Rips it out and you fall onto the ground unconscious, bleeding out.
As I'm falling, I'm just saying, dirty fighting. And then I drop.
Right.
But do you want to drop? You are a half-orc.
Yeah. That's
I do not want to drop. I do not want to drop.
So you look down onto the blade that's sort of coming out of your stomach. It's stabbed through you. And he rips it out, but the half-orcish nature of your power and strength does not allow you to fall.
After dirty fighting, I yell once again, no!
All right. That was one guard. 3 more guards left. Well, one of them has a crossbow. The other 2 have switched to short swords and shields. The one with the crossbow will take a shot at Bauxite. Other two will run at Krusk and Makwa.
Am I still engaged with one of them?
You
Did I
are
run up
engaged
enough?
with the archer. You're engaged with the archer, not the
Okay, cool.
the hunter, the hound master, whatever you want to call him. So we have one crossbow bolt flying towards Bauxite. Nope. Just hits you in the back and stuck in the leather armor, not piercing through. And one short sword attack coming at Krusk. Hits. And you take 3 points of piercing damage as one of the guards runs up and slashes across your side a bit. It's not a very deep wound. And one attack against Makwa, which misses. All right, Jervina, now challenged by Bauxite. He will take out a small bell and he will ring it with his hand. And Bauxite, you hear a massive explosion of sound right in front of you. Louder than the thunder wave even. That you have just experienced. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
You got this.
Okay.
How much?
It's
4. Okay, that is a fail. You take...
That's not hit. I was about to
Oh,
say,
that was
that's
the wrong.
his. Yeah, that's the wrong
21.
one.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that was Lucas' Constitution saving throw, yeah. Okay, that is a success. In that case, you take 9 points of thunder damage.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
You ignore the terrible, terrible other effects.
Yes, indeed.
There's blood dribbling down from his nose and his ears, but he just carries on coming.
One Eye was really lucky that you set him down before, because he would have totally died if he were still there. All right, that was Jervina's turn, and he will also leap off the horse. It's now getting skittish with all the fighting and such, and draw a short sword, still holding his lute in his other hand. Karagor.
All right. So, how injured exactly does Quentin look?
Oh, he looks injured, but not like a step away from death, but he looks heavily injured for sure. He's bleeding from several cuts and like burning across the side. You probably wouldn't kill him with one rapier attack, but anything stronger might be able to finish the job.
Does any in my group look like they would be able to help me if they came to my aid?
The closest one is probably Bauxite. He's the only one who doesn't have an opponent as well. So he
I'm
well, I mean, you're running towards the half elf, but you're not engaged with him at the moment.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I
just go for it, and you're gonna crit, and you're gonna roll max die. You got it.
Yes, I'm gonna do just that.
Okay, that works.
A 22. All right.
Hits.
6.
All right, he's still standing.
Damn it.
He
It's been an honor.
another stab and is sort of, but starts grinning as he sees that you're really heavily injured. This is, you're done, beast. Like raising his great sword.
Yeah. Basically, as I'm stabbing him, I'm yelling to everyone who can hear me out of my party. It's been an honor. Save yourselves before stabbing him.
All right. The Houndmaster, the archer, will disengage from you, Krusk, and just run away towards the river, and then turn and notch an arrow. And your turn, Krusk.
I'm gonna follow him and hit him.
You have one guard behind you who will use that if you want to hit you in the back.
Okay, yeah, then I'll hit the guy closest to me then.
All right, you turn around, slash at the guard. Go for it.
Natural 20.
Hits. Sure.
And that's savage attack too, right? If
That's
crit
correct.
You
roll
get an extra
one-
damage die.
Yeah, you get one more.
Holy crap.
That's got to be a lot.
All right. So 3 plus 3, 6 for the first one, and then 13 for the bonus.
All right. You just turn and cut straight through his rib cage, breaking all the ribs.
Oof.
And it's flung backwards by the force of the blow, instantly dead. All right, 3 guards left. Anything else you'd like to do, Krusk? You can move, or do a bonus action, or action surge, or whatever you want to do.
Action surge.
Yeah, I think I'll run towards the one closest to Carragher.
All right, yeah, you could reach that battle if you wanted to with a 30-foot movement.
Yeah, I'll get over there and try to take some blows versus him dying.
Want to do anything else? Or just run there?
Just run there.
All right.
No action surge. Pansy.
Nah, he's keeping the good stuff for something. I don't know.
Yes,
Makwa, your turn.
All right. I see get or whatever, like at in a duel battle, both of people super injured, right? I see that like weapon from the guy come way up.
The greatsword, yeah.
And I see both weapons are like really close. And you said I'm about 30 feet away?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
In my hand, there's just fire. And then it is dashing towards
So Quentin.
the man that Kerrigan is fighting. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
So, shit. Probably does not hit, does it?
No, he has plate
Yeah.
armor. So
All right.
pretty heavy.
But then with my extra 30 feet of movement,
you have
I
a
get-
guard attacking you.
oh,
One guard ran you.
oh yeah. I will, well, I mean, that'll be my turn. I have no cool bonus actions like certain people's.
All right, Bauxite.
Bauxite
You could pretty much
closes.
reach everyone. You're like
Pardon?
in the middle of the combat, pretty much.
Bauxite closes on the half elf and just
Go for it.
attacks grimly.
All right, go for it. You have disadvantage because you were viciously. Oh no, that was the turn before. Sorry, my bad.
When
You
in
don't
fact,
have-
I have an advantage now that I've.
Oh yes, vow of enmity,
done.
of course.
So, I don't have a.
You have shield and longsword, right? Is that your weapons at the moment?
Yep.
All right.
So, so
Hits, definitely.
4. 8 points of damage.
All right.
Oh, wait on and the d6 from my
Oh, Hunter's Mark, of course.
another one.
All right. Any smiting
9.
or anything going on? No?
No, I've run out of smites.
All right. Sir Quentin will attempt to finish off Carragher with one mighty greatsword swing. Oh, that actually misses. Second attack. Misses as well. Carragher. 2 greatsword slashes, massive attacks, swish through the air close to your head, but not touching it. The Houndmaster will shoot at Makwa. And he will hit you once, Makwa,
For how much?
for 4 points.
Okay.
I see our Warlock player has disappeared. Krusk.
Expecting to die that much?
I don't know. Oh, sorry. I mixed up something here. We have guards after Sir Quentin. I forgot the guards. And Gervina as well. And Carragher. Getting tired. Okay, so we have 3 guards left. One of them is fighting Makwa. As my die flies through the room. I'll be right back. Oh, that was an actual 20 on the floor. Doesn't count. Nope, misses. We have one guard attacking Karagor, trying to finish him off, misses as well. And we have one last archer guard, crossbow guard, who will shoot Bauxite in the back. Nope, also misses. All right, Gervinas doesn't look too happy to be in close combat, so what he will do is he will disappear.
Can I tell how he's disappeared?
He's there, and then he's not there.
No, I mean, just instinctively I'll lash out just in case he's backing away or something like that.
That's
Invisible.
good choice. Give me attack with disadvantage. Well, although you have advantage, so it's just a straight up attack.
Okay. 15.
15. Yeah, hits actually. Just about. Just barely.
So. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11.
All right. Oof. Okay. You feel your blade connecting with something as you lash out, and he goes, ah! And he turns visible once more. Shit. That was the most useless invisibility spell I've ever seen. Okay, and he looks pretty hurt. I mean, not heavily injured, but hurt, definitely, and afraid now.
Superior elf.
Karagor's still gone. Bernard already shot his... Krusk, you're up next. So you are in between. There's a guard next to you, and there's the knight next to you.
I'm not next to Bernard.
No. Bernard is the scout, the archer.
Oh, okay.
He's far off. You ran away from him, basically.
Yeah. Okay, then I'm going to attack the closest guy near me.
So there's a knight, and there's a guard. They're both the knights. You're going for the knight? All right.
Yeah. That is 13.
No.
And then I will use my action surge to try to get another attack.
All right. Against the knight as well?
Which, yeah, this one's going to fail, though, because I rolled a 5, so...
Yeah. You're like trying to cut through his armor, but the plate mail is too thick. Your attacks are just bouncing off. Makwa.
All right, I see this guard that's still next to me, and I'm just like, just quit! As I attempt to rid me of this pest. 14?
No, actually. This one has shield out.
All right. Unfortunately, it does not work, and I pass my turn.
Bauxite, you're up next.
So as the half-elf tried backing away, I stabbed out at him, and he lost his invisibility, and I quickly close after him and attack again.
All right.
You're not getting away with your little tricks.
With advantage.
This will be at advantage.
Yes.
So 16.
The hits.
And minimum 6.
Yeah, he's starting to look pretty rough now. Does not look happy at all.
Come on.
I'll roll for Karagor.
You said
Karagor will go for the trying to.
You said I wished to challenge me, but my only wish is that you could challenge me. Try and do something better.
So Karagor stabs the guard who stabbed him and kills him with a natural 20 attack. With the rapiers through the neck. So now there's 2 guards left. And the knight and the elf and the archer. So 5 enemies in total. That was Bauxite. Sir Quentin will go and try to finish off Karagor, finally. No, he misses both attacks. Wow. 2 guards left. One attacking Makwa, the other one shooting at Bauxite in his, just like walking after him, trying to hit him in the back constantly with his crossbow. Bauxite, yes, the guard hits you in the back, and the other one misses Makwa though.
Okay.
Bauxite, you take 5 points of piercing damage from the crossbow bolt.
Okay.
Are you raging, by the way?
No,
Oh, okay.
I've run out of rages.
Oh,
Two.
as well.
I had nothing
Oh,
left.
you're only first level barbarian, of course. Yeah, you don't have my. Yeah. Okay.
I know. Trust me, if I wasn't out of wild shape, this would have been over a long time ago. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, well, that's just how it is. So, well, I'm afraid Gervina is running out of tricks too. He'll try a sleep spell against you, Bauxite.
That's actually really mean. That's actually really mean.
Yep, well.
That happens.
He has to do something. Let's see. That is 5d8. 9, 16, 22. So 23. Do you have 23 hit points or less?
Yes, I have 23 or less.
All right, you are asleep on the ground.
It is an AoE spell, and it does affect the person with the lowest HP first.
Yeah, but there's no other person close enough
damn.
to the elf itself, and even if he's
yeah, and he's a half elf, so he won't be affected.
Yeah, so he just grabs like a bunch of sand out of his pocket and just blows it in your face, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, the ground's coming towards me.
Yeah, my gloating turns to snoring.
Yep, pretty much. Whew, okay. Karagor is still alive, so I suppose I'll continue playing him. He will try to finish off the night. Nope. The archer shoots 2 arrows at Makwa.
Yep.
1 hit.
Ouch.
It takes 7 points.
Ouch.
That was their turn. Krusk.
I'm going to attack the knight.
Mm-hmm.
For 24.
That hits. Oh, this might be.
And then, is he pretty messed up?
Yeah, he's pretty messed up. Yeah.
Okay. That'll do 13 damage.
That is enough to finish him. All right, how are you gonna finish Sir Quentin?
Cut right through his armor. And just watch it peel like a can.
All right, which part though?
Just straight down from the neck down to the side.
Right. You have a axe, right? So you break in through the armor and then like pulling it down, chopping apart the armor and the flesh underneath, cutting through and flesh. He drops the greatsword, grabs your axe and tries to sort of lift it out, but his strength leaves him and he just sinks to the ground.
I'll kick him over too.
All right. Oh shit. Okay, he's dead, which means that the enemy is running out of people. Makwa, your turn.
So I look at the guard as I just took an arrow, and I'm just like, "You're next." And once again, the 14 does not connect.
Nope. Once again, the guard catches the attack with the shield.
And that's what my character has.
All right. Bauxite is asleep.
Yep.
Well, let's see. 2 more guards left. Yeah, they will both break and run. The one that's fighting Mokwa will turn and run for the horses. The other one, the guy
technically withdrawn.
Yes, you can do a attack of opportunity if you want to.
Actually, you know what? Sorry, never mind. I was gonna say I was actually gonna thorn whip him. So instead of hitting him, I was actually gonna use a spell to keep him near me.
You have to have a Warcaster for that.
I have Warcaster.
Oh, you have? Okay,
it's the reason why I was able to cast like Produce Flame and everything like that earlier, and Thunder Wave because I had a Spear to Hand and a Shield. I've had Warcaster the whole time.
I forgot about that. Yeah. All right. Well, they both.
Either way, it would have failed.
Gervina also runs away and leaps onto his horse. Karagor, it is now your turn. The knight is dead. The guard is dead. You are standing hurt, nearly broken, but undamaged. Well,
I'm alive.
You're still standing. Yeah, I missed 4 attacks on you with the knight.
Oh, my internet connection broke, so I didn't know what happened. So that
Yep,
awesome. All right.
figured.
Is there anyone I can actually reach?
So what, in melee? No.
Or at least in the throwing distance for a dagger.
What's the throwing distance of a dagger? Like 12, like 20 feet?
20 feet and 60 feet at disadvantage.
Sure. I mean, with disadvantage, you can reach anyone, pretty much. With Jervina is the closest one to you. So with
Yes.
him, you would not have disadvantage.
Jarvina is my aim.
All right, go for it.
I don't have macro, so I'll just throw 1d20.
You
Plus
do
5.
have cantrips, right? Just
No,
wondering.
no plus 5 added into the macro, so 20 to hit.
It's?
Yes. All right. Hold on. Can I use dexterity with this or not?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right. So that's plus 3. 5 points of piercing damage.
All right, the arrow, the dagger hits him in the back just as he's getting onto his horse. And he slumps forward, but still alive.
All right. That's my turn.
The archer now sees everyone fleeing around him. He will also start running away, but he will nonetheless shoot 2 arrows at Makwa. Like, move a bit and take 2 arrows. He wants to take you down. You killed his doggies, and he misses both of them, sadly. Cross, you're up next.
Yeah, I'll pull out my crossbow and try to shoot the half-elf.
All right, you can do that, yes.
Oh, no, that is, what is it? 15?
That hits exactly.
Oh, wow. 10 damage.
Exactly enough to kill him. Wow.
Whoa.
All right. How do you want to finish him off? He's on the horse now, like getting ready to ride away.
He's slouched and he's kind of, running away with the horse. And I hit him with that arrow and it just hits him right in the side. He falls over and starts gargling on his own blood.
And he's like, one of his legs is still in the stirrup. The horse runs off and he's just like dragged.
Just dragging.
Like dying.
Yes.
Slowly disappearing into the distance. All right. And with that, only 3 enemies are left. Makwa.
I charge that houndsman.
You cannot reach him.
Archer.
You can dash to him, but you cannot reach him on turn.
That's what I meant by charge.
Okay, right.
Dash to reach him.
All right.
And I get right on top of him, and when I do it, I'm like, don't go anywhere.
Well, Box is still asleep. The 2 guards just jump onto their horses and start fleeing, basically. Riding along the river to the right. Sort of, that would be eastwards, I believe. Carragher.
All right. So, is there anyone I can reach in melee? I move 30 feet towards them.
Yes. In this case, you ran towards Jervina. I'd say you could probably reach the archer, Bernard, with a melee attack.
In that case, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do that flip I did again, although I'm really, really injured. But I still find the strength to do so, and then just try to stab him.
Okay. Using your rapier?
Yes, 23.
23 hits, definitely.
For 7 piercing damage.
Okay. You run up, you stab him in the stomach. He stumbles back. He's bleeding extremely heavily. And it's his turn now. He'll drop his longbow to the ground and he'll say, please spare me. I don't want to die. And with that,
will you surrender to the authorities if I do?
With that, combat is pretty much over as the 2 last guards escape on horseback. And the archer has surrendered.
Okay. I point at the archer with the tip of my spear, and I'm like, you have explaining to do, but not to me, but to the courts.
The what? What are you talking about?
You've witnessed illegal actions and have done nothing to stop them illegal actions.
What? I don't know anything about any... whatever you said.
Oh, so you
Can I
missed
make a
fighting arena? You missed a bloody fighting arena?
Well,
Your ignorance is not an excuse. Your obedience to that which is unlawful is no excuse. Stand up, surrender, and maybe the courts will judge you less harshly than I would.
take me to the... whatever you say then. Better than dying here.
And I beckon whoever is closest to me that is not the super heavily injured, rapier-loving warlock friend of ours to tie this man up.
All right. And you eventually realize that Bauxite is asleep on the ground in the grass.
I eventually just like there's like a rock being thrown at him,
Okay.
like until he wakes up, until like one eventually hits him.
Yeah. One Eye comes stumbling up, looking around. Says, "You killed him. You killed the knight. Well done. Let's cross the river, shall we? Before you come back with more people."
Yeah, I agree. Did they leave any of the horses?
Yeah, there's about maybe 3 or 4 horses left behind.
We'll take them as well.
You can.
Definitely.
Most certainly.
Okay.
As we cross the river, I would probably just completely pass out of exhaustion the moment I sit on the horse's back. So, yeah.
All right.
And Bauxite is yawning away, sleepily.
You
Having
can
just
cross
woken up.
on horseback. The river is not very strong flowing, so the horses can easily cross. And you can see there's already about maybe 20 soldiers or so waiting for you on the other side. They're obviously seeing that there's some combat going on. They are in different colors, though. These are white and like gold cloaks, chainmails, shields, and spears. And there's a very large figure of a silver-scaled dragonborn standing at their head.
And
one side with the symbol of some sort of dragon face and a longsword at his side. And he sees you and waits until your horses slowly make their way out of the water. And he says, "Who are you and what leads you to this land? What is the meaning of this fight we have seen?" His sort of scaly lips articulating every single word with great care. He's speaking common.
I'll say in common, I'm like, the neighboring kingdom is sporting blood sports illegally. We were captives of the neighboring duchy, whatever you civilized people call it. But now we
come from Silvar and the Count there.
I don't know. Are you a captain, a commander, or what do you people call it?
I'm
sorry.
Captain Drazak of the Guard of Greenhill.
I put my spear down and my shield, and I'm like, I think this is what you're supposed to do, right? And I like put one knee to the ground, and I'm like, I come here looking for amnesty and to tell you of the deeds that have unfortunately befallen people of the... And I kind of look at everybody, I'm like, God, where were we again? I'm not very good at this. I know we're Halforcs.
I'm really good at this. I'm really good at this.
Okay, you talk to him.
We have been captured illegally and unrightfully to fight to the death in an arena for amusement of a young, well...
Blood sports are forbidden in the realm of Orelon.
Yes, I know, and this is why we come asking for your help and for justice. We are tired. We've been fighting our way through escaping that horrible fate. Will you please help us?
You are accusing Count Leopold of Silvar of organizing blood sports.
We're not accusing. We know.
Yes, we are accusing him.
Yes, I see. Well, your skin and your nature might be a problem to you in some parts, but to me it is all the same. If you are enemies of Count Silvar, let me show you something. Follow me.
And I'm like, and we have witnesses other than our own testimony. Well, you said in order for your freedom and your safety, you'd give testimony of the deeds done. As I look at the archer and whatnot.
Yes, whatever needed, of course.
And this is one of the Count's huntsmen. He can also give you some insight as to the deeds done.
Interrogate him at the time. As he leads you across a field, and you see there's this small like fortress, basically more like a watchtower with an additional building, and beyond that is like a middle-sized forest on the other side of the room, maybe a couple hundred trees or so. And as he leads you amongst the trees, you can see half hidden amongst them is a large camp, and there's tents and no fires, but a good like 200, maybe 250 soldiers just encamped here. And he says, do you see this?
Yes.
Baron
I just nod my head.
Valdemar has given the order. He has spoken to Prince Roland. The deeds of Count Leopold have been judged and his days are numbered. Tomorrow we ride for his head. If you are his
I would be more than happy to help.
Yes, if you are his enemies, you will join us. It is time for the Count to fall.
I will join as well.
Then
What Count Leopold promised that we would fight the Knights of Orelon in 2 days' time will come to pass, but not as he expected.
rest, eat, sharpen your weapons. Tomorrow we ride to war. And with that, we'll end tonight's one-shot. As everyone has survived.
Yes, surprisingly so.
Oh,
It's at 1 HP. Did you really fudge that 4 dice?
No, I did.
Uh-huh.
I don't fudge dice in that sort of combat. Never.
Okay.
Also, he wouldn't have died. Like he would have been.
I know. You get the death saving throws and stuff and whatnot.
Yeah. So no. I mean, he has 16 armor class. The knight has +5 to attack, I think. Yeah,
It's just
+5.
really unlucky.
Like it's not super unlucky. I just rolled under like.
It happens.
I mean, if you hit all of the attacks, I actually might have died instantly, depending on how much damage you dealt.
I suppose. Anyway,
All right. Well, thank you for running. It was fun.
yes,
A lot of fun. Thank you.
I had this idea a long time
Thanks,
ago.
Alex.
So yeah, it was fun to try it out and fun to add another of our one race or one class one shots next time. Next week, maybe, I don't know. We'll be running all characters of one class again. Maybe all rangers, or something like that. Maybe all fighters. I don't know. We'll see. I have a couple ideas. And until then, True Mouse Games says thank you for watching and good night.
Good night.